Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back. I was supposed to do this yesterday, but it turned out that my internet company wanted to mess with me just right in the morning when I'm getting ready for work. And then it turned out that after an hour and a half on the phone with my internet service provider, turned out that there wasn't actually any issues with my internet, which is what I had said. I was confused, things were looking fine, and it was an issue with the national broadband network, which is just annoying. You're always free to lurk, Blue Brother, anytime, never mind it. Anyway, how are you guys doing today? What's up with you? There's been a lot going on in the news and all of that, but anything interesting happened to? Great, Kid Vicarious. Good to hear. Now, we have some serious things to talk about today. Oh, hell yeah! Congratulations. Good for you. I love seeing that people vote. Uh, the early voting numbers are good in general. Like, I know there's a lot of Republicans early voting, and that's worrying some people, but I like the fact that people are voting, the early voting specifically as well, because if you see the news about that from the Republicans doing it, it incentivizes Democrats, maybe some young people even, to get out the vote. We'll see how this goes. Depending on who you ask, you either get, oh no, like Kamala's done, she's gone too much to the center, or you ask someone else and they're like, oh no, Trump is done, like look at him, he's brain dead and his brain is soup. And to be fair, both sides are correct, but we don't know who's going to win. It's a coin flip. I don't know how much of an impact Gaza will have on this election, but a huge one. No doubt it'll have a big impact, but how big? Does it really stop Kamala Harris from winning, for example? The discourse online is often a very black and white, you either support genocide or you don't, in a very anti-electoral, stupid fashion. But how much of that online rhetoric is making it into in-person discourse and into people's voting decisions? Well, it's something that concerns me, but we don't know, and we'll find out in a bit over a week. I'm sorry, bit over a week and a half until the election. Jill Stein memes. You know Jill Stein is a Russian op, right? There's like photos of her sitting with Putin. She's ran for president as a spoiler candidate, like 3 times now, never getting more than 3%. I think at one point she may have gotten 3% of the vote. But the Green Party in the United States is a joke. They haven't held any office in decades. And like, I understand the desire to get out of a two-party system. I really, really do. Preferential voting is a thing that we have in Australia that could be implemented in the United States, and that would definitely help not only smaller parties and independent candidates, but just generally convince people that it's more worth voting because, your second choice still matters more as well as your first and all of these things. I don't know. The Green Party in the United States is a waste of your vote. It always has been. They're statistically, it's impossible for them to win. And so if you're voting for them, it's a protest vote. However, your protest vote counts as essentially you voting for the Republicans based on how the system is set up every time, no matter what. If you do a protest vote, especially if you live in a swing state, whether you intend to or not, the system is set up in that it favors Republicans for you to do that. Which is a thing that we should fix, partially with gerrymandering and partially with just election law, and as well as getting rid of the Electoral College. We've got a lot of work to do, guys. And to do any of this work, we have to be able to, advocate, and we have to be able to work with the government. And having a Democrat in charge does often make that much easier. And in this case, having a fascist in charge would make it significantly more difficult when he has already publicly said that, we got to use the military or the National Guard to crack down on dissent, on the Marxist and the crazy leftists. And, I'm the crazy leftist. That's what it means. Ayo, sweetie Pete. So, before we get into the Donald Trump and the election and the politics of it all, I just wanted to start off with a different sort of topic, a bit of a social issue. So I saw this while I was scrolling on Twitter this morning, doing my regular looking into the news, and I found this trad wife with, her name is Lisa, and she has this set of rules. I don't know if this was written up by her or if this was a thing that she did with her husband. Now, before we go into this, I do want to make clear, being a trad wife is a kink, and as long as you view it that way, it's fine. You can make it work. But people who don't understand that this traditional female, traditional old school American Christian lifestyle, this is a kink. This is a thing that especially right-wing men get off to the idea on, whereas people are, especially right-wing women, are more submissive towards their husbands generally. There's this dom sub dynamic going on there, which is interesting to say the least, but I definitely think that it plays a role into things like this. Lisa's daily routine for becoming a better wife. First off, just from the title, this is horrible. Wake up at 5 a.m. to prepare breakfast for your husband. Eggs, bacon, toast, freshly brewed coffee. Make sure everything is ready by 5:30. Why not make breakfast for yourself as well? Also, okay. Gym from 6 to 7 a.m. Keep in shape. No excuses. This no excuses, there's a lot of language in this document that does make me think she wrote it herself, not her husband wrote it for her. And it's just dripping with unfortunate manipulation and indoctrination throughout. Clean the entire house from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m., including vacuuming, dusting, mopping the floors. Laundry must be done daily and folded by 10 a.m. Prepare your lunch for your husband by 12. Even if he works, pack it the night before. Dinner must be served at 6:30. No takeout allowed, ever, none. Be available for snacks and drinks whenever your husband or his friends are around, especially after 8 p.m. Snacks must be homemade. Ensure the house is quiet after 9 for your husband's relaxation. No distractions during his TV time. Go to bed at 10. And at the very end, we have this little star. Hey, Gianna and Alex, smile and be supportive no matter how tired you are, because a good wife keeps the household stress-free. This is, first of all, atrocious. It would not be a pleasant life to live like this. But much of this, throughout, you can see the things like no excuses, even if he's at work, if necessary, this must be done daily and folded by this time. All of this structure is genuinely making me think that this is self-rules, that this is her standard for her to feel like she's worthy because of the indoctrination of her life, because of the content that she sees, because of her relationships with I assume the church, but also her husband, other men, her friends, her family. When you're in this space, when you're in suburban America, this becomes its own little echo chamber and continues to layer on the indoctrination of this is your place in life. Remember, when Republicans talk about, we have to go back to tradition, when Donald Trump is talking about, the 1800s were great, I know he's talking about the Alien Protection Act of 1798, but he also does mean this. People like J.D. Vance definitely mean this shit. Matt Walsh, all of the right-wing grifters, when they say return to tradition, that means they want women to be this and nothing else. They don't want us to have a job. They don't want us to go hang out. Do you notice how there's no time for friends in here? I suppose she has from however long it takes to make lunch from noon till whenever she has to make dinner at 6:30. But when does this woman go outside? No, he was talking about the Alien Protection Act of 1798. The tariffs thing is a whole other thing, and he's still wrong on that anyway, not a bud, because that's not how tariffs work. But when my greater point does stand, this is a talking point on the right, which is we need to return to tradition. This is what they mean by that. This is what they want women to be. This is what they want me and all the other, shut the fuck up, clean the house, make the food, and, you know, no distractions during TV time. Like, this shit is ownership. What they want is ownership. This is, if China devalues their currency in response to tariffs, who pays for the tariffs? We do, you dumb shit. How do you think tariffs work? Please, like, honestly, I'm not going to have the tariff argument with you because it takes a literal Google search to find out the truth. All right, no. I got too much shit to go through with this today. We're not doing this. No, no, no. Come back in 10 minutes and go Google it in the meantime. Anyway, yeah, this is atrocious. And like, it does, her life sounds miserable if she has to remind herself to smile at the end of this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like reminding yourself to smile is a bad thing. That is a normal thing that people sometimes have to do. But on your list of, like, daily chores for your essential owner of a husband, and it's not even just smile, remember, like, you're fantastic or something. It's smile and be supportive of no matter how tired you are, because a good wife keeps the household stress-free. As in, if there was ever a problem in the house, she would be immediately responsible, whether it was her fault or not. Because, you know, a good wife keeps the household stress-free. If she has an issue to bring up with how she's treated, well, that's stress, and she can't do that because, you know, stress-free household. This kind of lifestyle is, yes, a kink, but also is incredibly damaging to the people who don't treat it as a kink. The people who think that this is what a normal relationship, a normal marriage, a normal life is supposed to look like. And it's just not. This is miserable. I hope that Lisa ends that marriage and goes and gets a better life, because fuck that. She probably comes from a conservative family and saw her mom do this. Well, absolutely. I almost certainly believe that she 100% grew up in suburban America, saw her family do this, her friends did this. She likely went to church and was also pushed in this direction. She may be fulfilled, sure. There's some people that do, but oftentimes they're not. I mean, look at other trad wife influencers and the history that comes out later on. Lauren Southern was the leader of the trad wife movement not even a decade ago. And what is it, this year? There was that giant article that was written from a conservative that still made her life look atrocious. She was miserable. It requires you to give away your agency. And unless that's an active choice, then it's not going to be useful, beneficial. It will only ever be harmful, and you'll never be fulfilled. If you don't go into a relationship like this knowing for a fact that this is what you want for the rest of your life, you're not going to be fulfilled. Because whether you had a semi-like desire for something like this, you have the thoughts in your head, it's not going to be the way that you imagined. And it even if it is at the beginning, people become complacent. This is a really common issue in relationships in general, actually, where people begin to expect certain behaviors and certain types of language, certain amounts of support, certain jobs that are done if you are cohabitating. If you continue to do a thing, then it becomes expected of you to do the thing. And then in instances where you don't do the thing, or you can't do the thing, or there's an issue, or maybe you'd like some extra help, it does often become an argument with regular couples too. Maybe not an argument, but at the very least a discussion. It is a thing that has effects on the relationship. Now imagine that in this situation. Hey, MKE, welcome to the chat. Again, imagine her having any kind of a disagreement with her husband based on reading this, because it wouldn't just be her husband might not be receptive to it. That's not the only issue, though it is one, because again, you know, if you live in this role, it is a dominant submissive role, and the husband will more likely than not engage as openly and in as an incentivizing way to continue conversation like this, unless this was like the whole point. But there's also the aspect of herself. She has to argue with herself before she can make an argument, because in her rules there are placed several it's just very strict rules. The structure of her life seems like it can't be challenged. Again, like go to bed at 10 p.m., but only after making sure everything's ready. No noise in the house after 9 for her husband's relaxation. All snacks have to be homemade. No takeout allowed. All of these things reinforce that thought process of this is her position in the world. And so if she had an issue, let's say she couldn't do the cleaning one day because, I don't know, there was an emergency across the street with the neighbor that she happened to see, and she ran and helped this neighbor, and they need to go to the hospital, and she went with them, and then she comes home and none of the cleaning's done. How much do you think is the likelihood of her explaining this to whoever her husband is based on just this alone, and that it being an easy, rational conversation? I don't think that the chances of that are particularly high. Does that mean that it can't happen? Of course not. We're never essentialist here. There is no black and white. Things can be this way and be fulfilling, as you said, Kid Vicarious. This is rules for herself. Yeah, I said that too. This isn't written by her husband. This is written by herself. And therefore, this shows the amount of stress and strain and structure that she's had to build around her conscious mind to keep this up. This is miserable. I don't know. 87% chance that this woman hates her life, whether she knows it or not. Well, maybe for some, that's why I say 87% chance. I'm sure there's like the 13% of the world that would enjoy this. But it's not even about whether you would enjoy it or not, because there's also the aspects of regular relationship issues that you have to add into this. There's the communication aspect is generally pretty fucking key for relationships broadly. I'm sure you've heard the saying, communication is key. There is no chance of open, honest engagement and communication because she herself is censoring herself. And it depends entirely on the two people and how they interact with one another. If it's two good-natured, good-intentioned, empathy-filled people that just want to live like this, then of course they're not as likely to be miserable. But if it's your average American, just broadly on that point alone, the average American would be miserable, like this. So anyway, moving on off that, I just thought that would be a silly little way to start. I did just see this. This seems like the news only recently broke, so I don't have too much information on it, but we'll look for a video in a minute. Breaking, I have been told that Trump groped a minor at one of his donors' dinners, and that there's video. So journalist Mark Halperin, quote, "I've been pitched a story about Donald Trump for about a week now that if it's true it would end his campaign." I don't know if this is actually related. It was under the same fucking Grok link, but we gotta find out. God, I hate AI. Well, we'll see, because we know that Walz claim was literally Russian propaganda. That's been evidentiated. Not that the right will believe any of it, anything that I'm saying goes in and out the ears of any right-winger that hears me. It's just how the media environment is at the moment, is no one believes anybody because everyone's so polarized and partisanized that whether it's the truth or not, it doesn't hold any water. I mean, yes, sure, that's fine. You can vote whatever you like, but what I mean is that nobody believes anybody. Nobody believes in the truth. And having video evidence of Trump saying things, I still get people denying that he said the things. Let's see what this guy has to say.
these last 2 weeks are going to be filled with things like this. And I can tell you, without going into detail, that I've been pitched a story about Donald Trump now for about a week that, if true, would end his campaign.
Cool, I don't care. You should have already posted it, and you're a piece of shit for not doing that. That's my opinion, is if you could have ended Trump's campaign, then you should have done it already. But of course that it won't end the campaign because this didn't. Please, shut up. This didn't end the campaign, so nothing will. There's the clip. I had a timestamp on here, didn't I? Is it this early on? I'm just looking for the quote of the enemy from within, because if that didn't do it, then nothing else will at this point. Here we go. I think it was around here.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
So again, like, his enemy from within quote is literally one-to-one Nazi rhetoric. The leftists and the political dissidents that disagree with me, I will use the military against them. Like, this didn't do it. The I will literally be Hitler did not do it. And so what else will? Well, I mean, this also came out.
Republican Ticket is doing its best to avoid a pair of damning news stories just today.
Autoplay. Jesus Christ, I wasn't ready for you. Put that there. Now, Trump said to Mark Kelly, I need the kind of generals that Hitler had. Yeah, also there was the Mexican U.S. soldier who was, well, let's actually just read it. So, Guelen, the daughter of Mexican immigrants, grew up in Houston, and her murder sparked outrage across Texas and beyond. The murder was being, the killer, aided by his girlfriend, burned Guelen's body. Guelen's remains were discovered 2 months later, buried in a riverbank near the base after a massive search, killed by a fellow soldier. Now, shortly after the remains were discovered, Trump himself invited Guelen's family to the White House. He said that he would pay for their funeral. I will help you. I'll help you out financially. And when he received the bill for the funeral, which was $60,000, according to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of the meeting taken by participants, and aide answered, yes, we received the bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Trump became angry, quote, it doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican. He turned to his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and issued the order, don't pay it. Whether he paid it or wrong doesn't matter.
Atlantic is out.
Okay, I don't give a fuck if you think that the funeral shouldn't cost $60K. Funerals should not cost $60K. Doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't care whether he paid it or not. The fact that he said that is what's more important than any of the rest of that. For Hitler's good generals, defending Nazis is a bannable offense in my chat, so I'm going to give you a warning. There are no good Nazis. There's no good generals. Hitler was bad in every possible way, and if you defend Nazis, I'm just going to permaban you. So, Let's see what Mark Kelly actually has to say.
Today with a new article quoting more of the racist, reprehensible things Donald Trump says behind closed.
Their tactics were dumb as shit too. Remember the Soviets? They literally lost the war because they tried to invade the Soviets. You guys gas up the Nazis so fucking much on the right when they're the most pathetic army. The only reason that they're even considered superior or elite as like a military force is because of their quick technological advancement, but they were shit in the field. They were shit with their generals. Their plans were trash. They lasted not very long at all. If you want to look back at World War II and look at the fascist governments and find the one that's impressive, look at Imperial Japan. Significantly more impressive, significantly better structure, significantly better generals, put up a better fight against the US, also bad and morally wrong, but also better than the Nazis. Just that simple.
Closed doors, including comments about a murdered army private. You may remember this story. In 2020, Private Vanessa Guillen, the daughter of Mexican immigrants, was killed by another soldier at Fort Hood in Texas. And at the time, then President Donald Trump publicly offered to pay for her funeral. But when the bill came, according to this report, Trump was furious, telling his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, quote, "It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury an effing Mexican." He turned to Meadows and issued an order, "Don't pay it." Later that day, he was still agitated. "Can you believe," he said, according to witness, "effing people trying to rip me off?"
That does sound very much like Donald Trump.
Reports that Trump didn't pay the bill. His campaign denied he made those comments. You, of course, can make up your own mind as to whether or not that sounds like something Donald Trump would say and do. And then just literally within the last hour, breaking story from the New York Times, publishing an interview with Donald Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly.
Sorry, I called him Mark Kelly.
Boss.
Jeez, it's John Kelly. There's too many Marks and there's too many Johns in this government. Gotta get some like Steves in here and Franks and Roberts or something. Give me different names.
A fascist.
Certainly, the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian.
He literally talks about Nazi things. It makes me so angry that these people are so cowardly. That I mean, John Kelly calling him a fascist is the furthest the Democrats have gone. And they should just call him they should call him Hitler. They should call him a Nazi. They should make fun of him the way that the right does to us, like demonic Marxists and shit. They can do that. What, we can't call him Hitler? Not that even like the comparisons they make don't even make sense. The comparisons to Hitler are literally based on things that come out of his mouth.
Admires people who are dictators. He has said that. So he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure.
The American people will have to decide in just 14 days if that man, the one that General Mark Milley and Mr. Kelly call a fascist, if that man deserves another 4 years in the White House.
He doesn't deserve another 4 years, but whether he'll get another 4 years is a whole different story. So switching gears a little bit, because I wanted to talk about the U.S. as well today, but I want to keep that a bit towards later in the stream, just because once we get into U.S. politics, almost nothing else comes of it, and there's some stuff that I want to go over before that. So we're going to switch some gears to Australia really quickly. Interesting thing happened here. So the King of England, hey, shush. The King of England is visiting Australia, and an Indigenous senator interrupted the King in Parliament. Let's just have a look at how that went. Based, by the way. So, woman's based, obviously, that you are not my king really hits home. Was she wearing a whole, no, it was I think it's a traditional, like, garb. What is it? Yeah, it's like an animal skin. It's a traditional garb. She's an Indigenous senator. So in Australia, I need you guys to understand something for all the Americans. The Indigenous community here is very, very different than what we know in America. The atrocities that the Australian government committed to the Indigenous people didn't end all that long ago here. It was, I was just talking about this with someone earlier. the stolen generation is a thing that exists here. It's a phrase. And what that means is from 1910 up until the early 1970s, the Australian government would go and take children from Aboriginal families and have white families raise them under the basis of, we'll cleanse them, we'll fix them. We did this in the United States as well with our Native Americans. We also did this exact practice. The difference being the length of time that has passed. Again, this only ended in the 1970s. There's essentially still segregation in parts of this country for Aboriginal communities. We just had last year a vote for, you guys did learn from Papa UK. Well, clearly, people here are not happy about it either. Now we're going to watch the folks on Sky News talk about her as if, she's this horrible being or whatever, just to understand what the rhetoric is like here. But she is absolutely correct. This, Australia, in a way, is very much like Israel in that it's a settler colonial project. That's how the country was founded. And so there is, especially during this time, been quite a lot of discourse about that particular subject, the settler colonialism. Whereas there's also this increase in right-wing sentiment, which again, I claim is manufactured by the United States, that's happening across cities in Australia, and it's leading to scapegoating, again, just by blaming Aboriginal communities, which is already a thing that occurs here. Like, the average Australian is pretty racist. She wants the king to fuck off, for one. She wants a treaty, which I don't actually know how that works. There's a treaty, it's been brought up before. It's nothing actually physical, tangible, real at the moment, I think. They just want recognition for their land. We are on their land. And we do things like a welcome to country, which when you do an event, you thank the elders of the land that you're on, past and present, and you acknowledge that this is their land. And these are all things that have been implemented to try and make up for the decades and decades of violence and racism and segregation that Australians put the Aboriginal community through. Now, from an American point of view, even my point of view, this is kind of just woke shit. They won't absolutely, they're not going to allow it at all. Look, we had the voice vote. We had a vote last year that was literally just to pick a guy whose job it is to go talk to all of the different Aboriginal communities and then bring what they say to the parliament. And he would be the voice in parliament. And that didn't pass because of the amount of misinformation on the right. All over, Americans have taught Australians quite well how to do the propaganda game. And again, most of our media is owned by Murdoch. So, this is what you get when you see a Indigenous senator saying, give us our land back to the king, which again, we're not the UK. Australia is its own country. We're part of the Commonwealth, but I don't give a flying fuck about the king. I don't want the queen on our money, I guess. It's not my place. I'm not a citizen yet, I guess, so I can't necessarily say that, but I don't give a fuck about the king. I'm in Australia, not England. This isn't... To talk about whether her outburst is being referred to legal scholars talking about colonial law. Well, I don't care about colonial law. Immediately, if we're referring to colonial law, she's right by, immediately, 100% default. The Commonwealth doesn't mean shit anyway today. It does, though. Not as much as it used to, but it definitely does. I'd be interested to see what other First Nations think about her outburst. Well, I assume that it was mostly positive, but I've seen other First Nations people referring to this as too inflammatory, that she's correct, but this wasn't the way to go about it, that this is going to inflame tensions. Yes, it was quite funny when she said that. Let's just have a look. Let's have a look at the coverage.
Laura standing by for us. You are a genocidalist. This is not your land. Strong stuff there in Canberra this morning. Laura, do update us.
Are you going to
That's
be a
right,
Hitler or
Kay. We
not?
were watching this speech. It was his keynote moment as he walked into the Great Hall of Parliament House in Canberra. The King was accompanied by a didgeridoo player, this long-planned set-piece speech he made. But nobody could have predicted what would have happened as he finished, as Senator Lydia Thorpe got to her feet, was in the middle of that aisle there, shouting, trying to make her way towards the stage. She was held back by security. The King then turning to the Prime Minister, who was sat to his side, and talking quietly to him. But it was without doubt a very confronting, a very uncomfortable.
Well, that was kind of the point. I thought you were going to give like opinion on it. I don't need the description.
For being outspoken on these
Here we
issues.
go.
He didn't go far enough. Lydia Thorpe is the state of Victoria's first female Aboriginal senator. She is a senior politician known for being outspoken on these issues. It is not the first time she's done something like this, but she certainly seized the opportunity with this huge audience of who were basically the great and the good of Australia gathered to hear.
The great and the good of Australia is a very, very weird way to word the Australian government. And like, I don't know, it's weird. Let's watch what she actually has to say, because now like she got interviewed after, also by Sky. Also, hey, what's up, Cheeseburger Murph? Just doing good. Happy to be on stream and have my internet working. It was infuriating yesterday.
Why did you do it?
Why did she do it?
I did it for truth telling, global truth telling about the royals who caused so much devastation to not only our people in this country, but
Most
Indigenous people around the world. We don't have
I would go so far as to say at least most people have been negatively influenced once in their life by systems or systems put in place by or of the actual British monarchy.
In this country, we've been calling for decades and decades for a treaty. We just want peace. To see the incarceration rates of our people in this country, our jails are full of Aboriginal people. We have thousands, 20.
Yeah, we lock up Aboriginal folk like American cops lock up black folk. It's essentially the same. I'm looking up this treaty, by the way, so we can go over it.
3,000 Aboriginal children that have been taken from their families. We have over 600 deaths in custody where no one has ever been held accountable. We have our bones and our skulls still in his possession or his family's possession. We want that back.
Which is, again, fair. Look at the giant museum filled with other people's shit that the English have. I mean, this is not the only case of this, not the only instance of this, but these people were here for 60,000 years. First Nations people in Australia are the oldest living ethnic group that exists. It is wild. And she's absolutely correct.
We want our land back, and we want your king to take some leadership and sit at the table and discuss a treaty with us, because treaty is what will bring us peace. The kings before him and the queens before him did treaties with other nations or other countries, but
so when she keeps saying treaties, I've looked this up. So treaties with Indigenous peoples. Obviously, we know what a treaty is. Treaty is reached after a process of negotiation. Yes, we know how they work. Okay. The call for a treaty go to the heart, and the the calls for a treaty go to the heart, and the what does that say? Juridical? Okay, juridical. Denial in Australian case law of the existence of Aboriginal nations in Australia prior to the seizure of the land and the conquest and dispossession of Indigenous peoples by the British Crown. This denial has accorded Australia the status of an anomaly among the settler colonial states, such as New Zealand, where the Treaty of Waitangi has considerable force, and Canada and the United States, where treaties are the bedrock of relations between the state and the Aboriginal people. Maori have a treaty, and they fought several wars to achieve it. Well, again, no one is going to give up Australian land in Australia to the Aboriginal communities. Whether they should or not is a whole different conversation. But I mean, I support her advocating for it. I just don't think that it's likely to happen. Not in my lifetime, at the very least. Australia, if anything, is moving to the right, not the left. They're following us in the US. The only way to fix what's going on here is to first change how things are working in the US, because all of that does affect us over here.
But we are still fighting for a treaty here, and until we have peace, we must continue to resist.
He acknowledged, recognised grievances within his speech, and then towards the end of the speech you interrupted him and called him genocidal. Why is that the best way to deal with this?
I just did a previous interview, with all due respect, and I did not once interrupt his speech. I respectfully waited.
Question. I'm sorry, I am going to interrupt you because I've only got a limited amount of time, Senator. Why did you call him genocidal?
This is such a stupid point to press her on.
Which is the King's speech.
Why did you call him genocidal?
I waited till the end.
Why did you call him genocidal?
There's thousands of massacre sites.
So first, I want to stop here really quickly because this is an important crossroads. She has been correct on almost everything that she said. Whether the king is genocidal or not, that's a bad answer. And she probably didn't really have too much of a push. It's kind of just that, well, yeah, exactly. It's not him, it's the position. Now, he quite possibly and likely is genocidal. He's probably one of the people that are like, oh, you know, I hope Israel finishes this shit quick. He is an old British, like, aristocrat. He's the bourgeoisie. Of course he's racist. He's like Donald Trump. No proof, though. Exactly. So that's a kind of a dumb thing to say. Whereas everything else that she said was factually correct and could be backed up. And then I wanted to jump in and say, like, I don't like Sky News, but and she's very much just doing this because she takes pleasure in putting down brown people. But imagine if American journalists pressed our politicians when they made a mistake or misspoke to that extent. Like, whether she's right or not, I liked that. Just continue to ask the question.
There's thousands of massacre sites in this country from invasion, and someone needs to answer for that.
And that's the king.
And if he is the successor, then he needs to answer.
Okay, that's a valid point.
One of your colleagues described you as abusing your position and your intervention.
One of the other Hitlers in Senate said that you yourself are actually Hitler.
It's disgraceful. How do you respond to that?
I'm not fussed about what people say about me. I will continue to fight for justice for my people. We are the real sovereigns in this country. The king is not our sovereign. The king lives in your country. He's from your country. He can't be our king. So I don't really, I have the support of...
Look at that fucking, that face from her. She's so filled with disdain for this woman.
So I don't really, I have the support of Aboriginal people around this country. I have the support from my grandma.
Again, like, I don't know why we give a shit about the king. We're not England. We're not England. Why do we care?
The embrace was warm, but the subject matter contentious.
I'm stolen generation Kiramundra, but I won't hug. I'll give you a shake. How are you? Okay. Welcome to this country.
In Sydney's heartland of black activism, Redfern, King Charles visited the National Centre for Indigenous Excellence.
We've got stories to tell, and I think you witnessed that story yesterday.
Yes, the British did carry out nuclear tests in the outback of South Australia. And I have heard the speculation that some First Nations groups weren't told in advance. That tracks, you know? Also, beyond that, the U.S. also, you know, we at least tried to, the Indigenous people that were, you know, on Bikini Atoll and the islands surrounding it, but we didn't really try very hard. We put them on like islands that had no food. They were still too close. They still got radiated. And the Canadians have the Queen on their money for the same reason we have the Queen on our money still, is because we're part of the Commonwealth, and the ruling class of Australia, the bourgeoisie here, is very much intertwined with that of the UK. And we're getting quite a lot of influence from the UK lately because, you know, we're shifting to the right, they're shifting to the right, America's shifting to the right. All of us work together. Pine Gap is a huge asset for the United States at the moment with their dealings in the Middle East. We might be going to war with Iran if Trump wins. And so Pine Gap will be 100% necessary for that. China, it is in the best interest of Australia to stay close friends with their Western counterparts. But by doing so, we're allowing their right-wing rhetoric to leak into ours. And not that it hasn't already been doing that for years. It's just, it's a larger problem. And it leads to things like this. Now, this was actually a good occurrence towards the end, but the actual problem here is there were a bunch of Nazis in the street. All of these guys in black were Nazis, and they were out to protest a different protest in favor of migrant rights and being allowed to, you know, stay here and immigration generally. It was a pro-immigration protest where these Nazis showed up, and the police turned on the Nazis. Not that they wanted to. I've heard reports that at first they were spraying the leftists with their pepper spray, and then they realized that there are way more leftists and the Nazis are the ones, you know, inciting the violence, and then this happens. This was great to watch. Oh, sorry, refugees, not migrants. God, I love seeing them chased away. Just have the fascists fight the fascists. Women 1960s nuke test area, fast forward 2000. It's a location of detention center for migrants. That also is not surprising. God damn, we're pretty bad, aren't we, Cheeseburger Murph? We've learned from America quite well. But there is lots of instances of you know, Nazis. Look at this. So Zionism is terrorism is someone graffitied this, and then white man fight back. Nazism has definitely been on the rise in Australia. In fact, these Nazis returned around and sat in like a park across the street because they didn't want to get too close again and continued their little thing. Which is interesting because Australia doesn't have free speech. So why the fuck are we letting Nazis do this? Is a question that I would like answered, you know? We don't have the Constitution saying that you can't arrest these people for being Nazis. So maybe we should arrest these people for being Nazis. So, switching gears again. Actually, no, let's keep it on police brutality. This is just, again, to remind you how the police are in America and what kind of things you can expect from the police to get much worse under a Trump presidency. Again, most cops are going to vote Trump because they want to crack some skulls in, like this motherfucker.
What did I do?
Literally, just what did I do? Punched him in the face.
What did I do?
Like, you're handcuffing the guy. He asks what he did. What you gotta punch him for? Well, it's because he wants to. It's not news to any of us. This isn't new, but it's good to remind people. I'm sure the police have been super nice to you, Kid Vicarious. You did vote for Trump after all, so I feel like you fit the demographic of, yeah, you're a white male in his 30s. So of course the police are nice to you. Police are usually nice to me, but that's because I'm a girl in her I'm a girl in her late 20s that passes white enough. I generally tend to not have issues with it. But lots of people do, and that's going to get significantly worse. So we've talked about the Georgia election board on multiple occasions now. They were trying to institute new changes to the structure of how votes are counted. The Republicans have been doing this all over the country in efforts to A, suppress Democratic voters, and B, essentially steal the election if need be with their electors that are already said that they're not going to certify in 70, I think there's 70 of them in 24 of the states. So let's remember that the law that they passed in Georgia was not only that all of the votes had to be counted by hand and that they had to be counted by midnight, and that all of the voting information was going to be given to the election board prior to, it was a whole bunch of rules that would have helped them steal the election. Every single one of them has gotten striked down now. And this is the Georgia Secretary of State holds a briefing on early voting and tells people to trust the election. And that I don't understand how you can say this and not fire the people on the election board that are very obviously trying to skew their election results. Well, so Kid Vicarious, no election results are generally all fully finished on election day. Almost never. We can call a state usually, but the vote count for a state, like the 100% finished, is almost always not completed on the day of. It's the day after, sometimes it's 2 days after. Go back and look at prior elections. Most states don't finish on time. And that was an arbitrary rule that these people made up. It's all major battleground states are, yeah, sometimes it's a week after. I've heard that as well. I've seen that, I think. All of this is just made up shit to make the election look sussy, so that if they lose, they can go and claim, that there was election fraud and try and bring this up to the Supreme Court. Like, we've talked about this on multiple occasions. The plan here is, in the very worst case, is set up a list of things that you can point to after you lose the election to claim, no, that was fraudulent, and then bring it to court, and then keep fighting it in court until it goes up to the Supreme Court. That is their, backup play if they don't outright win. But they might outright win. They might outright win with a little cheating. They might have to go, there's so many different ways that they can go about this that ends badly for democracy. They are going to try and subvert democracy, again, like they did last time. Last time they had, was it the MyPillow guy getting snuck into rooms with voting machines to try and fuck with those. There is lots of evidence of Republicans outright having said that they will refuse to certify this election months ago. A lot of these people also refused to certify in 2020, in 2022 for the midterm election. Like, these people should not be in their jobs, in their positions, and it boggles my mind that the Secretary of State of Georgia can come out here and say this shit and not fire them. But I guess they are all Republicans, and I don't think the Democrats would be much better on the subject anyway.
Right now, happening at this very moment, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, is speaking. Let's play a little bit of what he has to say.
At the address listed at their voter registration. This, combined with the technological advancements in our new voter registration system, has ensured that Georgia can trust in their elections. I want to speak briefly also about the organization called ERIC. It's ericstates.org.
Can you not do that?
When
Thanks, Kid Vicarious. Have a good dinner.
Was signed into law, it allowed us to go ahead and authorize us to have our new voting system. It also allowed us to join a multi-state organization. And that specifically was...
See, this is him trying to tell people that they should trust the election. And by listening to him, knowing what he's saying, knowing the actual facts and truthfulness of what he's saying, what it means, it still, to me, sounds like the Dems are fucking with the election. And that's the state of the environment that we're in. That if you know the truth, you can look at the truth, and then you can see how the people with bad intentions, the malicious intentions, will frame it to not be truthful. Now, there was included in this was an audit to find out how many non-citizens registered to vote in the state. And they found 20 instances of non-citizens being registered to vote. 9 of the 20 cast ballot years ago and were found. And then the other 11 were registered but never voted. But they're still going to point to this and claim widespread voter fraud. They do this every single election. And again, every single election we find out that if there actually is intentional, designed, deliberate voter fraud, it is historically always come from the Republicans. And this is what happens when extremists take over a political party. And I do mean extremists because
judges in both Michigan and North Carolina dismissed laws.
And I do mean extremists because this happened yesterday. A man walked into the Temp DNC office with a gun and started, shooting people. He had other weapons on him, behind white powder on signs. He was vandalizing property all over the county. So authorities have identified the man who they say was behind the bags of white powder left at multiple locations and on Tuesday on Ahwatukee on Tuesday, and recent shootings targeting Temp Democratic offices. The suspect was identified overnight as 60-year-old Jeffrey Michael Kelly. I have looked at 6 articles about this man, and not in a single one of them do they mention the fact that he is a Republican. Again, the people who do political violence, the extremists, the domestic terrorists like this guy, are Republicans every single time. They always are looking for it to be a lefty. Remember the 2 Trump assassinations? How immediately everyone's like, oh, this person might be trans. They want it so bad. But it just so happens that every time someone does something like this, it's their own fucking people. 2 counts of unlawful discharge, class 6 felony. 2 counts of shooting at a non-residential structure, class 3 felony. 3 counts under the Terrorism Act, class 2 felony. Again, a literal domestic terrorist. And criminal damage, class 1 misdemeanor. Let's have a look at this psychopath who tried to kill Democrat officials, walked into the DNC offices with a gun. Fucking terrible video quality rather. There we go. Is this just him getting arrested? Boring. But the point is 100% that this man is a Republican, because Phoenix police later said the signs were lined with razor blades. The signs had messages referring to the Democratic Party and presidential candidate VP Harris, as in you have these signs, and if you tried to rip the sign off, you might not see the razor blades hidden behind it and cut your hand. Well, I mean, sweetie Pete, that's kind of what most of them look. Republicans are still people. MAGA is still people. This is just a cultist. It's not plain white men necessarily either. It's cultists. But the white MAGA men in this age range, 45 to 60, with military training likely and guns, don't often actually go out and do these things. They talk about these things. It's the younger, in their 30s crazy MAGA ones that are either actually crazy or they're full-on Nazis, one or the other. This guy is interesting because he's 60 years old. We don't often see this, but it's getting worse, and we're going to see more of this as time goes on. Again, like the election's in 2 weeks, right? But that doesn't end there, because once the election ends, there's the legal challenges that are going to be made all the way up until January 6th, where the votes are certified, is still going to continue to be contentious like this. We're going to see more acts of domestic terrorism. specifically from the right if they lose, and specifically from the left done by right-wingers if they win, because that's what they did last time. They will have their own militias, the Nazis, the white nationalists, go and commit violence and then blame it on Antifa. They're going to blame it on the left, which is what they did for the entirety of 2020. I mean, look at Black Lives Matter protests. It was all just Antifa causing the violence. The Democrats have groups of militias that they send out. Meanwhile, the Republicans are working with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers to do exactly that. So it's not going to be a fun couple months, guys. Again, if we win, we're going to see more of this shit. And if they win, they're going to do more of this shit anyway and blame it on us. It's still infuriating. 6 articles I read on this man. 6. And not one referred to him as a Republican. Obviously, if he's vandalizing signs about Democrats and Harris and lining them with razor blades so that people get hurt, walked into a Dem office with a gun and shot bullets out, I guess he didn't kill anybody, thankfully. Police say the suspect fired BB pellets and gunshots at the office, which is weird to include the BB pellets because the gunshots might just be, hey, this is Idiotron in my next iteration. For-profit media is the enemy. Based name, and welcome back. I like your new iteration. You've evolved like a Pokemon. And you will all evolve like Pokemon if you keep watching me. Watching me gives your meter like XP. It's just filling it up as you watch, just so you know. And on top of all of this, we see more Republicans trying to tamper with the election and failing.
The Republican National Committee that would have increased restrictions for overseas ballots. Some Republicans argue that these restrictions were necessary to maintain the integrity of the presidential election.
Again, when have overseas votes ever been a problem? And this became a huge issue for them specifically because it disenfranchises the military. Overseas military still get to vote, and this would have restricted that.
Carolina judge John W. Smith concluded that, quote, plaintiffs have failed to show that they will suffer irreparable harm if a temporary restraining order or emergency preliminary injunction is not issued. Scott McFarland joins us now to break down all of this. Okay, so what exactly was the judge saying here? What was the ruling?
This is quite a hornet's nest at the 11th hour, just before an election, for there to be challenges in 3 battleground states. You have the North Carolina one, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. In North Carolina, the argument the judge is making is that this is the 11th hour. This risks disenfranchising people, and that this is not something that can be moved on now. The Michigan and North Carolina challenges are similar, Caitlin. What they're saying here, the Republicans who've sued.
Again, this is going on all over the country, and so far, they're not making too much progress, which is good, but they haven't played their full hand yet. This is quite dangerous, and it's part of the system. This isn't them going out of their way to I don't know, make up nonsense. All they're doing is just changing the current system in their favor slightly. I mean, in some cases, they're just outright cheating, but that was Georgia, and Georgia failed. Places like Nebraska, where they're trying to take the one electoral vote out of Omaha and make it a full red state. All of these tactics are required because they can't win outright. You guys understand this, right? If there was no restrictions on voting like this, it was just, only U.S. citizens can vote, which it already is, by the way, and people were incentivized to vote. There was no gerrymandering. There was no, lies about this isn't really going to help you, that this, just in a vacuum, in a vacuum with no further information other than, I don't know, like their basic website. Take Donald Trump's website and take Kamala Harris's website, put people in a vacuum and have them read each, and all of America vote. The right will never win, ever. Why nobody goes after the propaganda arm Fox News? I know why. Money. It's not just money. For-profit media is the enemy. It is also liberal civility. They think that it's rude. They don't want to say it. It is annoying. It's not even the money. They do call out Fox News occasionally. It's just very covered. They never pointedly acknowledge it. And you're right, they need to, and it makes them complicit in all of the crimes that Fox News commits. But there's several factors involved in that, and it's not just money. It's not just civility, but there's also the fact that the executives and the people who are the bosses of these companies will not take kindly to their like CNN or NBC reporters talking shit about Fox News on the air. They would be risking their jobs to do so. And depending on what they said, depending on who it was, it might be a bigger problem than not. I still think they should. In fact, I think that it would be a great way to start the conversation of, all right, well, you guys keep calling us fake news and we keep calling you fake news. How about we have a discussion about this openly in the public space and we see. Now, in this climate that we're in, that would not be helpful. But maybe in a couple months, like 6 months after the election, that is a good idea because they're going to continue anyway. They've been doing this for decades. It's nothing new.
Vote from overseas. This would include some number of service members potentially, but all those who live in the States but aren't living in the States during the election. How many people is that? Nationwide, about 1 million people vote this way.
You're actually correct. So let me just skip ahead of this. I'll get back to your point in a second.
Challenges say the point isn't likely to win the lawsuit. It's to sow doubt and give yourself footholds for post-election challenges if you are concerned that the election didn't go your way.
And that's literally what I've been saying. None of these lawsuits actually need to win. They're all things for them to point to after the election and say, well, look, we were worried about fraud for this entire time. We were talking about this and it was ignored. And now I think that, there was election fraud, which makes it much more likely for a judge to take up the case, because last time they tried this with no evidence, nothing to point to, and all 60 of their cases got dismissed because they were trying to prove that something that didn't exist existed with nothing to point to. And this time, we'll be the ones in that position. We would be the ones trying to prove that there is no election fraud without having any election fraud to point to. A lack of election fraud, you can't necessarily point to that. You can point to the numbers like I put up, the 20 people in Georgia over the last few decades, only 9 of them having voted and the 11 having not. But I'm not sure how much that helps in court either way. But for your point, for-profit media is the enemy. Left media makes money off Fox News, making extremists out of Republicans, which is absolutely true. It is good content for MSNBC and others. A lot of them do mind, but the corporations themselves do not. And speaking of extremism in America, that is what we're going to get into in a moment. But first, I need to refresh our palate, right? With one of the most satisfying things that I have heard in months. Just a sentence. It's just a sentence that I needed to hear and then afterwards listen to about 6 times. So let's have a look. Hey, hold on.
Where is Senator Vance after he got asked the simplest question in the world at the debate? Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? And after 2 weeks, he finally said, no, he didn't. That's where he's been spending his time. But that's it. So, look, Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know it.
Oh, the feeling of relief, the satisfaction of hearing a fucking, like a Democrat just call Elon Musk a dipshit it's immense. Hello to France, Pony Maki. Oh, thanks for gifting the tier 1 sub, GNN Alex. He said the thing. I'm going to play this again, and then I'm going to leave it on playing while I go run to the toilet and pee, because it's satisfying. And then when we come back, we got to talk about American extremists. But yeah, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate it. Definitely need more of that. All right, be right back, guys.
His running mate, Elon Musk. Seriously. Where is Senator Vance after he got asked the simplest question in the world at the debate? Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? And after 2 weeks, he finally said, no, he didn't. That's where he's been spending his time. But that's it. So, look, Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know it. And that's not a joke. But look, I'm not going to waste all the time I'm in. I'm going to talk about his running mate. His running mate, Elon Musk. Seriously. Where is
He's
Senator
over there,
Vance after he got
hopping around, skipping like a dipshit. Oh my god. I love you, Tim Walz. The most comforting politician we have. Facebook has AI algorithm that promotes hate. I have news for you, for-profit media. Every single social media site uses that same algorithm. The way that social media makes money is by you looking at ads as you're scrolling social media. As you are on Twitter, as you're on Facebook, as you're on Instagram, you look at ads, you generally swipe past them, you don't interact with them, but that's how they make their money. And you will spend more time on these sites. This studies were done by psychologists of the things that elicit the most engagement, the feelings, the emotions are hate, disgust, anger, fear, and all of these are prioritized in social media algorithms because those are the things that'll keep you on that platform for as long as possible. Welcome back, Blue Brother. So again, though, it's not just Facebook or Meta, it's not just Instagram, it's all of them. They are built on this, which is one of the things I liked Blue Sky about, because it's like Twitter except without the Nazis, and it doesn't have this this algorithm that incentivizes bad media. This is why I have no sympathy for both MAGA and the left. We are all victims. Not gonna lie, sometimes I feel like I'm living in zombie land. Oh, sorry, you have sympathy for MAGA and the left. Well, I agree. I often feel like that as well. The people who spread the MAGA propaganda, the figureheads, the elected officials, people like Elon Musk, people like, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, every single elected Republican official in Congress, they're evil. They're literally demons, and they hate you, and they want you to suffer for their own benefit, whether it's for profit, whether it's sadism, whatever it is. But the Republican voter, the average Republican voter, not to say that there aren't also some of the evil ones there as well, because there are mostly just lied to. The average Republican thinks that Tren de Agua is coming in through the southern border to, steal your house and take your guns and, take your children and sell them into slavery. That's what they think, because that's what they're told every day from the moment they wake up till the moment they go to bed, whether they watch TV, whether they're on social media or not. Remember, Elon Musk now owns Twitter and is the leading figurehead for Donald Trump's campaign right now. He's essentially running to be the president, or like a secondary shadow president. And MAGA loves Elon Musk, and so there's a lot of MAGA that come onto Twitter, and then they see the Nazi propaganda that he amplifies, and Hannity, Waiters, Bayer, for-profit televangelists. Well, yeah, there's more of them too. There's like Tucker Carlson. There's which, again, a Russian agent. There's people like Tim Pool, which, speaking of Tim Pool, this is quite funny. Now, I don't know how real this is, Okay, hold on. Please shut the fuck up and stop autoplaying. Now, I don't know how real this is. That the Tim Pool quits his show. The show is over. This is the clip that's come out. It's been covered by other streamers that just haven't had time to look into it, because this is not exactly priority news, but it is funny that immediately when the Russian money dries up, the Tenet Media company is taken down, and then we get, Tim Pool saying that he's done with his show. Whether it's true or not, who knows? InfoWars did this all the time. The right will often say, I'm done, and then they'll continue. I would imagine for-profit media is the enemy. That actually does. You should have filmed that. If you do, again, if you get the chance before the election, I don't know if you live in Pennsylvania or something in a swing state, that'd be really cool. Elon Musk would be the Goebbels of today. Yes. And Trump's propaganda may not necessarily in and of itself look like Nazism to the average person, but it is absolutely Nazi-based. And also, this is the kind of stuff that Elon Musk posts. Regularly. Regularly. He's posting Nazi shit. Donald Trump is talking about good genes and bad genes and breeding race horses to make good horses and how that applies to people and how Mexicans and immigrants from the southern border have bad genes and that's why they're murderers. This is the level that we're on. It is fascism. It is Nazism. And Elon Musk is one of the main perpetuators of this Nazi belief. His brain has rotted out of his mind. I mean, the guy is in a ketamine-induced coma half the time. And honestly, I think one of the main pushes that led him down this path of rotting brain is that his daughter's trans. And I think that broke him. Who knows? I mean, he was very clearly a piece of shit for his entire life, even just based on what his children have said about him. But who knows? But let's listen to Tim Pool whine for a second, because it gives me joy to see these right wingers suffer.
Yeah, this might be the end. We are well off. It is not a financial thing. We make a lot of money.
Oh my god, with the fucking cringe music.
Piece by piece, the structure becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it becomes.
Hey, Blue Brother. If we added internment camps that we used to house the Japanese during World War II to the equation, and then also using the military to cleanse the bigger problem within the crazy leftists and the Marxists, does that not bring you over to Trump is spreading Nazism yet? Are we there yet for you? Or how about when he said that he wished he had more generals like the German generals? That came out yesterday from John Kelly, saying on multiple occasions that he was asked. In fact, hold on. I know I'm getting off topic with this, and I really do want to listen to this clip, because I still don't actually know what's going on here. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the Trump clip? Ah, here we go. Just because you were lurking before, so I don't know if you saw it, but where is the quote? No, it was further up. It was further up. Where is this? Maybe it was further down. What the fuck is he talking to, John Kelly? There we go. In their book, The Divider, Trump in the White House, Peter Baker and Susan Glasser reported that Trump asked John Kelly, his chief of staff at the time, quote, "Why can't you be like the German generals?" Trump at various points had grown frustrated with military officials he deemed disloyal and disobedient. Though, of course, throughout the course of his presidency, Trump referred to flag officers as "my generals." According to Baker and Glasser, Kelly explained to Trump that the German generals, quote, "tried to kill Hitler 3 times and almost pulled it off." This correction did not move Trump to reconsider his view. Quote, no, they were totally loyal to him, the president responded. This week, I asked Kelly about the exchange. He told me that when Trump raised the subject of German generals, Kelly responded by asking, "Do you mean Bismarck's generals?" He went on, I knew he didn't know who Bismarck was, or about the Franco-Prussian War. I said, "Do you mean the Kaiser's generals? Surely you can't mean Hitler's generals," he said. Yeah, Hitler's generals. I explained to him that Rommel had to commit suicide after taking part in a plot against Hitler. Kelly told me that Trump was not acquainted with Rommel. Yeah, Gamer Jame, you got a nice sub from that. Like, this is what I mean. Do you not see that this is Nazi-like? This is Hitler-like? I mean, his chief of staff, Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, sorry, not his chief of staff, but the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, feared that Trump's, quote, Hitler-like embrace of the big lie would prompt the president to seek out a Reichstag moment. This is what our military officials are talking about. The man is a Nazi. And this man, right here, spread Nazi and German propaganda for the Russian government for money, and now that he got caught and the money's dried up,
It's impossible to manage.
It's impossible to manage.
I never call out anybody personally or individually. I would just say that, like, compounding, I don't know, laziness.
You can draw a parallel. It doesn't have to be one-to-one. It's functionally a useful comparison to make, though. You understand this, right? Many of the things that he has said and many of the things that he has done and said that he's going to do are very closely in line with existing, like, historical Nazi precedent and policies. And yes, it's not a one-to-one. We don't live in Germany in the late 1930s. You know, we live in America in 2024. It's not going to be an exact parallel. It's just a useful comparison to make because enough of it is true that you don't need to check literally every single box for him to be a Nazi. He is a Nazi because he says Nazi things. You don't need every box checked. If he didn't say Nazi things, then I would call him a fascist because he does fascist things. But it's explicitly the addition of things like eugenics, things like ousting the left first, his like reference to German generals. There is enough there to say that Donald Trump supports Nazism. It's that simple. And I don't see how anyone can disagree with that based on factual information of things that he himself has said.
Yeah, that builds up over time, which adds more and more workload to.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
And I know they're trying as hard as they can. And
why would this
I require zero
stupid fucking music? I mean, look, it doesn't matter. I don't care enough, honestly. That's from the Majority Report. No, it's not the actual Majority Report. Whatever. Tim Pool is useless, and I hope that he does.
On a farm in North Carolina, an Army National Guard member.
Get her out of America.
The issue with Tim Pool is the same issue that I have with Aiden Ross, in that these people don't actually have beliefs. They grift. Remember, Aiden Ross hosted Donald Trump, gave him a watch that he had to, take back because it was an FEC violation. They had the Cybertruck that was wrapped in, Trump's shooting picture. This is all grifter shit. And so this is Aiden Ross responding to Frogan's video, which, like, I've seen some of the discourse and the drama about what happened with Frogan and the other content creators that got banned from Twitch for anti-Semitism. I mean, just from that, you can see my opinion on the subject. But let's just see this disgusting clip for a second, because it's going to lead into my greater point of how Americans are becoming extremists more and more. We're being radicalized by our media.
I gotta fake my reaction. I'm just gonna go off on her Twitch. So can I please get that clip of that dirty fucking terrorist?
Well, I mean, okay, already we're going to start like this.
Yeah, she's a terrorist. Not because she's Muslim. No, I have a lot of Muslim friends and I love Muslims.
That's not true at all. She's a dirty terrorist, not because she's Muslim. I love Muslims.
Muslim in my chat, she's a terrorist because she hates America and she's wishing bad upon U.S. soldiers. She's a fucking terrorist.
So if you paid him enough money, you would change his opinion? Absolutely. If you paid this man enough money, he would come out here and say the exact opposite of what he said. Like today. He would do it in the same stream if you gave him enough money. These people don't believe what they say. Like, you could give me $1 million and I will not say that Donald Trump isn't the Nazi. Like, you can't pay me to say something like that. And that's what belief in your actual position means. The left often doesn't have this problem because no one's trying to grift on the left to the extent that these people are, because it's not as profitable. The left, leftists who try and grift shift to the right. Look at what happened with TYT. When I was growing up, they were the only like leaning left, like real news media that existed back in the mid 2000s, early 2010s, before like YouTube streaming and online news media took off. That was kind of it. They like, it was either them or watch CNN or something. And they had their, I mean, they were liberals, they weren't leftists, but look at them now. They're taking money from the poly market. Anna Kasparian has left the left, done exactly what Dave Rubin did when he left the left. That's what happens. If a left-winger wants to grift, they move to the right, and the right is just all grifting.
She needs to be banned. How are you going to ban Asmongold, but you're not going to ban her?
Asmongold literally said that is like Palestinians deserve to be genocided. And what did Frogan say? Frogan said that U.S. soldiers deserve PTSD, which like I guess is mean, but I can like she's not wrong. I mean, since when have we gone back to you can't talk shit about the U.S. military again? We hate the U.S. military. We're on the left. We're the leftists. They've fucked over so many countries in the world. Now, do I wish PTSD on anybody? No. But whether the fact that she said that should be banned is ridiculous. And what the other thing, the content creators on stage, you don't get the Habibi pass if you like Sabra hummus. The people are like, oh no, that's anti-Semitic. Whereas it literally just means Israeli brand hummus. Like if you're giving money to Israeli companies, then you don't get the Habibi pass. Is what that means. But no, it's anti-Semitism. It's anti-Israeli. Like and the conflation of Zionism with Judaism is, again, and I will repeat this millions of times, more than I already have, the largest risk to the safety and security of Jews all over the world. That conflation right now is what is causing the massive spikes in anti-Semitism all over the world, and especially inside the United States. There are actual rises that you can track of anti-Semitism. It's just the left gets blamed for it. And sure, there are idiots on the left that do it as well, but it is primarily from the right, and we don't pay enough attention to it. This man is anti-Semitic himself. Like, just listen to the way he talks about Muslims, and imagine that he was having a conversation with somebody like Elon Musk and how he would talk about Jewish people, because they don't have beliefs.
She's a terrorist. So, no, I don't care, chat. You guys can say yo and GG's. I don't care. She's a terrorist. She is. This is a terrorist. Look at this shit.
Any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're, oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro.
No, guys, I speak for what's right.
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I speak for what's right.
Shut up.
I speak for what's right. This is wrong. Okay? This is fucking wrong. To say that U.S. soldiers who fight every single...
It is ridiculous. It's like we've gone back in time to 2000 suddenly. But like, that's not even what she says. She doesn't even say all U.S. soldiers deserve PTSD. Let's listen to what she says. Oh,
get her out of America.
Yeah, sure.
Fuck you.
Listen to this shit.
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying.
You're joining them. Oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro. No student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
It's literally, she's saying people that join the military, not because of like a regular reason, but because they want to do things like this. That's what she's saying.
Get her out of America.
Shut up.
Student loans. Fuck you.
Listen to this shit.
Any other motherfucker, you're joining them. Oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro. No student loans. Fuck you.
It's the act of wanting to join the military for the express purpose of being able to do military shit. Like, look at the kind of... he's not on Twitch. He's a fucking kick streamer, because that's where you go when you're a fucking Nazi and you've been banned. Like the shit that he said, dirty fat animal. This is disgusting. It is Islamophobia, but it is beyond that. It is abuse. It's harassment. It's straight up Nazi language and rhetoric that he may not himself be a Nazi, but he's picking up by engaging with the other Nazis, like Elon Musk. It's all over Twitter. This kind of rhetoric, the calling people dirty, fat animals. I get this all the time. You don't think I get called a terrorist for my takes on Israel? Not that I am, but they call me it too. It's a method of shutting down dissent. It's about making critics feel afraid to speak out. And it's about trying to harm their credibility when they do so by referring to them in this manner. But some people like Aiden Ross take it even further and make it a specific thing about personal attacks, mostly because his chat is like 13-year-olds and they're all like laughing their ass off at the slurs and the insults that he's hurling her way. But it's like, this is wrong. And he's like, I'm speaking for what's right. Who gives a shit about the U.S. military? I'm sorry. Like, if you're a veteran and you're watching, good for you. If you're in the military, I don't hope you get PTSD unless you're a piece of shit. It's just, why the fuck do we care? The U.S. military has never been a talking point that the left defends. Why is this a surprise? It's because she's Muslim, and it's because of the genocide in Gaza and the rhetoric that has brought up into an increase in Islamophobia, because, as I've said, the conflation of Zionism with Judaism increases anti-Semitism all over the world. But however, Israel's actions and their rhetoric and the response of the people fighting for their fucking lives in countries in places like Lebanon and in Gaza are made to look this way and discredited. That's one of the first things the far right would like to get rid of, the freedom of speech. Yeah. Why do you think they talk about how much they love freedom of speech so much? It is their first priority. They want the freedom to speak like this. They want to be able to say this stuff openly. That's why they want to use the FTC to go after social media companies, not including Twitter, because they want all of the censorship of right-wing, far-right, white nationalist Nazi stuff to go away. They want more of it. And also because Elon Musk doesn't like Mark Zuckerberg. But they will take away your freedom of speech. They absolutely will. Donald Trump has said he will use the military against people that disagree with him. That requires freedom of speech to do, is to disagree with him. And reminder that this is not just a government thing, because we have many issues in private American lives. So this is militias organizing in Virginia. That's just a couple months ago. First off, notice the "We Stand with Israel" flag here, which I find funny because many of these militia members are white nationalists. Some of them are probably Nazis and likely, this is Virginia, so some of them might not be in the Klan. But there definitely is white nationalists and Nazis that come into these places, and a lot of the times they do support Israel. They support Israel because it's an ethno-state. They support Israel because it's killing brown people, and if there are actual Nazis doing this as well, not if there are. There are ones, but if they specifically are the ones doing it, they do it with the intention of not only pointing to Israel to further their points of like Muslims are bad, but then how they're controlling the media and the US, and then they spiral down the anti-Semitism rabbit hole into Nazism. That's how they radicalize these people. Ooh, sorry, that's loud.
If Biden gets elected and there's no civil uprising, this country's screwed.
While selling weapons at a gun show in
literally the first 10 seconds of the video, what are we supposed to do when there's armed people, veterans, military veterans, that believe this? That, again, this was Biden, this wasn't Harris, but these people definitely haven't changed their minds, if not have only gone further into the militarism.
And there's no civil uprising, this country's screwed.
While selling weapons at a gun show in Fishersville, military veteran Paul Voska told us he's starting a militia in Augusta County, Virginia.
Let's just say, and this has happened, you have a police department that's corrupt, and you have local government that's corrupt. The militia being on the wrong.
Well, I don't support a genocide. So, and to be fair, I don't think that we need to restrict speech to that extent. I think we just need to restrict overt, deliberate lying on the media, and that we need to restrict like overt, deliberate spreading of misinformation of the media. Those are the only restrictions I would really like to add to speech. We already have hate speech laws, and the idea of censoring speech is always a very risky thing to go into, because you might have good intentions, but things get messy when you try and do something like this, and bad actors will be involved and they'll try and sneak things in. No, fuck that shit. I don't like Germany's way of doing it either. The AfD would be much less influential in Germany if people already knew that they're all Nazis. The idea of full support for Israel in Germany might not be as severe as it is, as strong as it is, if the media was allowed to fucking talk about the genocide of Palestinians. The German government is the one supporting a genocide. So that's what happens when you restrict speech poorly. There is very few pieces of speech that need to be restricted. And really all I think is just add deliberate, overt lying and spreading misinformation in the media. That's it. Oh, and in political office, obviously. The two are kind of intertwined because the media is always filming public officials when they speak and all of that. So that's the only thing I would like restricted. And it has to be provable as deliberate and overt. You know, like if you make a mistake, that doesn't count as you lying that way, falling into this restriction. It would have to be things like Fox News and we already have this. Remember, Tucker Carlson lost his job and Fox News had to pay $700 million to the company that created the Dominion voting machines because of misinformation that they had spread. Make that more common, increase the ability for someone to make a claim like that. Oh, thanks for the follow. Hell yeah, we got another one. We're 100 subs now. Sorry, 100 followers, not 100 subs. That'd be nice, though. I appreciate it. But you understand what I mean? Hello, MKATR, Mukhtar. I just don't want restrictions on speech for the average person. You should not need to worry about it unless you're a media official, unless you're an influencer, a content creator, a political official, you're in the news, then you're not allowed to deliberately, overtly lie and spread misinformation. And if someone would like to bring up a case, we should make it easy to bring that up in a civil dispute, in a courtroom. And whether or not it turns into a criminal dispute depends on whether the government believes that it needs to be criminally charged. But you can bring this up civilly. It's almost like defamation law, but it's a step below. And it doesn't actually, it's not like if you win this, it doesn't mean they defamed you. It means that the government will then look at it. You know what I mean? We need a system in which you can make a claim that you have to kind of prove whether it's worth even looking at, and then we'll have the courts look at it. I think that that's a system that works better than the one we have now. Is that a good system? I don't know. Probably not. I just came up with it on the spot. But if we had a couple of experts, a couple of smart people sit around at a table and figure out how the fuck we can make it so lying and spreading misinformation in the media is not easy and legal, we can do that. And it would be good for literally everybody in the world. And it would also be good because then these people wouldn't be getting fed lies that makes them think that a civil war is essentially guaranteed.
Right side of the community and the Constitution and established laws in this country would present a force or an intimidation like, hey, listen, this ain't right. Knock it off.
According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, high-profile national militias like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are
Nazi groups, by the way. Both are open, objective, known, documented Nazi groups. Thanks for not putting that in there.
Declined since January 6th. However, Virginia militias are working with local law enforcement and organizing at the county level.
You have to self-rescue. One of the mottos that we have is nobody's coming to save you. And you need to treat your life like that.
Hey, look, I say that all the time. It's almost like normal people have very similar belief systems, and that no one is coming to save you. You need to get involved in the government and fix it yourself is the thing that I like to say, except this guy thinks that no one's going to come save us. We need to do it outside the government with guns and militias, which is wrong, but he is led to go in that direction, whereas I'm smart and I can lead myself in the direction of, to fix the government, you must first enter the government. I think it, so in Germany, it's a felony to deny the Holocaust ever happened. I think that's where your freedom of speech reaches its limit, a law which I support. I'm a little iffy here because I don't like so I don't think that you should say these things. I think it's bad to say things like this. I think, genocide denial, Nazi supporting, hate speech generally are bad things to say. However, I don't necessarily believe in a criminal punishment for saying them in just no context. I think in context that it is being used to further a political agenda maybe, or to harass somebody where it falls under our existing hate speech laws, except the political agenda one would be in addition. We don't actually have that, and I think it'd be nice, but I don't think that, like, if you just said, or if I'm sitting here and I'm not me, and I said, oh, the Holocaust didn't happen, I don't think that I should, if I'm not on camera, by the way, if you're on camera, you should absolutely be held liable for that and charged for that. Whether it's a felony or not, I don't know. I personally would like it to be, but that's because I like the suffering of Nazis. But realistically, it probably should be a misdemeanor. Whereas like most hate speech laws also use them as a misdemeanor. It's the context in which that they're used is what defines the level of crime it is, whether it's a felony, whether it's a civil crime. I don't know, this black and white, like top down, all of this is banned shit, it tends to make more problems than it solves.
Preacher, who agreed to talk with us on the condition we use his call sign, is a member of a militia called the Virginia Cocoas.
These people are going to be out in support. Just before we continue, just realize that these people will be out at voting booths, at polling places, standing outside looking for, brown people to check ID of, because they've been told that there's non-citizens voting in hordes, in droves everywhere in the country. They're going to be harassing people waiting in line. They're going to be harassing election officials all over the country. They did this last time. They're going to do it again, except now they're more organized, and we might end up seeing more violence. We just covered today of a guy shooting up a DNC office, and we don't attack these people properly. I don't think that every MAGA is like this. However, the ones that are, you should point out. The one who did the DNC shooting. Again, 6 articles I read about this man, and not a single one mentioned that he's a Republican, when he very clearly is. All of these people are Republicans, except it's militias continue to organize in Virginia, not GOP militias, not conservative right-wing militias. There is a sense of we have to not refer to them this way because we lose credibility, because they've made it over the years that if you call someone a fascist, if you call someone a Nazi, if you call someone anything that is necessarily true, it has been devalued over time. So now, people coming to me like, oh, you guys call everyone Nazis, you call everyone fascists. Words have specific meanings, and those meanings have been blurred. You need to distinguish between opinions and facts. The Holocaust happened. Well, okay, yes, I agree with you on that. I just don't believe in the policing of speech based on that. I think that there are contexts in which speech can be policed, like using the Holocaust never happening claim, the genocide denial, as a political agenda. That should be illegal. However, someone who's saying that the moon landing never happened on Twitter, I don't think should be legally liable for that. I think they're just an idiot. I believe in your right to be a moron. I don't think the government should have that much influence in your personal life unless you are actively harming other people or are actively harming the general community at large. If you are expressing opinions that are disliked It should be up to your community to either change your mind or to get you to shut the fuck up. The issue, again, though, is we have a lack of community in the United States now, all over the world, really, and a lot of that I blame on social media. This should not be the government's job to police whether you know the correct thing or the wrong thing. That's a real easy way to get to like 1984. It's just when you're saying lies for this express purpose of harming others and or spreading an agenda, that's when the government should censor you. Not before, not after.
Conduct weapons and medical training.
Sorry,
and show
not
up
before, definitely after.
Armed at the state capitol to protest gun control.
I would trust you more than any person who worked for the federal government, or state or local government for that matter. And the reason I don't trust the government is because I know what happens to populations who have been disarmed.
Other Virginia
So again, this is going back to talking points from 10 years ago of the left wants to take your guns away, and that's the first thing the Nazis did, blah, 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 blah. So when you deny the Holocaust happened, you deny the dignity of any survivor of a KZ, I understand this. And I'm not saying that this is a good thing. I'm not even saying that this should happen. It shouldn't happen. People should know better. I just don't think that the government should arrest you for doing so unless you're going out of your way to harass that person. Like if you're following one of them around saying this over and over, sure, okay, but like I don't necessarily care about their feelings in this sense. Whether the person saying the thing is wrong or not, I think they can be an idiot without the government getting involved. I'm a libertarian socialist, and my libertarianism is classical libertarianism in the sense of social libertarianism. The government does not involve itself in your personal life, in your community structure, in the way that you speak, the way that you live your life, unless it becomes a larger issue that is a safety issue for yourself, the people around you, and society at large. If in this system we have a Holocaust denier, they should just be ridiculed, not arrested. That's my take on it. I don't know. You can agree or disagree.
Militias patrol the streets because...
What if the police department can't show up? What if they won't show up? What if it's just us? How do we...
I'm also Turkish and Australian, and I know what not having free speech is like. I like American free speech. I like the idea. I just don't think that it's currently implemented well, and I don't think you would have this opinion if we had a system that did incentivize people to form a community and to root out these kinds of misinformation, these ideological beliefs that are harmful through the use of the community structure, through your friends and your family and your neighbors. That's how we need to solve this. That's the only way to solve this, might I add, by the way. In our current political climate, the only way we can ever de-radicalize MAGA is the way that I just said, is by engaging with them on a community level, by building up structures around these people of friends and family and neighbors that, you're going to start off with most of them being MAGA. You just have to slowly involve yourself in these groups and work to de-radicalize them. The only change that is ever going to come that's beneficial will come from the bottom up. It's never going to be from the top down. And we talk about this all the time when I talk about money in politics, when I talk about the media. This is another thing that you have to do personally, every single one of you. And I'm not saying go reconcile with the Republicans. A lot of them I don't want to reconcile with. A lot of them are just straight up Nazis and are trash human beings that don't deserve a second of my attention. But there are plenty that are just being used, that are, elderly people that don't know what they're talking about, that believe in things that aren't real. I mean, look at this. This came out today of hundreds of elderly political donors with dementia falling victim to... So this says Republicans and Democrat campaigns, except if you scroll down, you can see the line of... where is it? How much of a difference there is between Republicans and Democrats getting money from elderly people with dementia. But like if you read this article, I'm not gonna read this whole thing. It's very long, and there's a video on it as well. But I mean, look, one 82-year-old woman who wore pajamas with holes in them because she didn't want to spend money on new ones didn't realize she had given the Republicans more than $350,000 while living in a 1-square-foot Baltimore condo since 2020. She gave them $350,000 without knowing, because what this found is that these donation links that they get auto check recurring, and they're not aware of it, and then maybe they check a couple because they have dementia. The problem with the U.S. free speech is that the marketplace of ideas is monopolized by the two political parties, and most people don't care to make an opinion. Well, I agree with you, sentient Jew slave. I think the marketplace of ideas is not monopolized by really two parties, though. I think it's mostly monopolized by the right at this point. The left has our own little space in the marketplace of ideas, but we don't engage with the right, and there's more of them because they have more money, they have more reach, they spread that, and people like me who are talking about reality don't reach these people because we're not in their bubble. They have created echo chambers for each of us that we're now stuck in, and the only way to fix this is through in-person community interaction. The marketplace of ideas online is where the toxicity comes from. Do it in person and continue to do it. Go talk to your neighbors. Make friends with the redneck or lives down the street. As long as they're not, likely to kill you or hurt you, and they're not Nazis, go help them out. Who you'd suspect what is fraud, Blue Brother? This they don't even realize because they're 82 with dementia. She had $250 in her bank account when she died because she wasn't aware that she had given all of this money. So this is a Taiwanese immigrant from California with lung cancer, passed away at the age of 80. She had given more than $180,000 to Trump's campaign and a litany of other Republican candidates. Writing letters to apologize for not getting donations to them on time because she was going into heart surgery. Because these people will say, you guys sign up for anything political, even from the left, the links that you get, if you've gotten any ads from, or donation requests from the Trump campaign, they're written as if he is personally speaking to you. Hold on. Is this New York Times? Nope. Give me a second. This is the kind of stuff that they get, right? Followers of former President Donald Trump were meant to be startled when they were sent an email on Tuesday. This was, back in May, addressed from President Trump, with this arresting subject line: "They were authorized to shoot me." The preview line in the email did not back down. "I nearly escaped death. Biden's DOJ was locked and loaded for deadly force at Mar-a-Lago." This is the kind of fucking shit that they're sending out to in their fundraising emails. How do we interact with these people? They literally think that the world is upside down, that the government is out there trying to kill Donald Trump. Meanwhile, by the way, Elon Musk keeps making fucking jokes about someone killing Kamala Harris. This happened, when was this? This was 2 days ago, October 21st. Another joke about someone killing Kamala Harris. This is what, the 5th time, the 6th time? It's almost like they're trying to incite violence. What am I supposed to say? Giving money under a false pretense is the very definition of fraud. Well, yes, it is fraud. They're fraudulent. And they abuse the system. Now it's actually, I think the FTC did pass the click to cancel law, which is nice, but I don't think it affects this, in that the reason this is an issue is because, sorry, I'm clipping my hair, is that the campaign fundraising emails, when you try and donate money, automatically check off the recurring subscription section, and then there's difficulty in reading the pages because they're so colorful and bold and high energy that old people tend to miss this stuff. And again, a lot of these people that we're talking about are people with dementia, so they forget that they donated and then they donate again and again and again. Are there any other countries where people regularly give money to election campaigns other than maybe paying for yearly party memberships? Get money out of politics. Yeah, base, we need money out of politics like now. I'm sure there are other countries that involve it. It's just not to this extent. America is a whole other thing. No, I don't know any other country in the world where a billionaire could start a political action committee and then attempt to buy the election just straight off. He got bored, he bought Twitter, and now he wants to buy the United States. He very well might. That's the thing. He thinks of himself as like the shadow minister, essentially. And I don't want Elon Musk in power. But when you see things like that, when you see Elon Musk talking about, well, why does nobody kill Kamala Harris? And then you look at people in the country, again, like this, what do you expect to come from any disagreement necessarily between the left and the right? It's a minority of people. Republicans by default fearmonger because their voter base has the least reason to care about voting. Actually, I think you're not correct there. I think Republicans default to fearmonger because their voter base has every reason to not vote for them. They specifically harm their own base when they do this. The average MAGA person is not, wealthy. There definitely are wealthy MAGA people, but I mean, we're talking about people like this, like people, these guys, right? These guys aren't rich. They just are bought in by the fear-mongering and nothing else. That's all they care about. That's their only incentive to vote. Because if they looked anything past that, they would realize that Trump's economic policy hurts them personally, that his social policy hurts them personally. Yeah, these people do donate quite a lot of money. I'm not surprised at all. they are unaware that they are donating this money to people who want to take their rights away.
County. Militias will tell you all the time, we are here to help the community, we represent the community, but how do I know that? Like, did I vote for them? Did my mom vote for them? Did they have to go out campaigning? No, they're an independent.
He hasn't proven it yet. They have to win the election to prove that, Blue Brother, and I hope to every god in the world that they don't.
And
which is not really,
group,
but still.
Paramilitary, and it's peacetime.
Turn a phrase.
So they really shouldn't exist.
Despite being an independent group, the Virginia Cocoas say they are willing
I'm
to team
sorry,
up with law
I can't.
enforcement.
I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean at all. But this man is so round, and I'm enjoying it. Like, I don't mean this in any fat, shamey, negative way. I just like that he is so perfectly round. I don't know. I like to see this guy rolling down a hill. Meal Team 6. Meal Team 6. This guy alone is Meal Team 6.
Going on where like it was beyond their capabilities and they needed like extra hands on deck. Okay, that's fine.
While for Vosta,
Sentient Juice Slave, Elon Musk is a government contractor right now. Like, he sells shit to the military. He's a government contractor. Which is why a lot of people are pretty mad about him making jokes about killing the vice president. And yeah, exactly. But nothing's going to happen to him. You do realize that there's no consequences for Elon Musk after the election. He's like, billionaires don't go to prison.
cooperating with law enforcement is vital.
I've already talked to the local law enforcement. They know me. And so I tell them, listen, you get into a problem, need some support, give me a call.
But Gallagher says this...
Well, and that's a point that I really think that we need to underline, is that these extremist militias, oftentimes where terrorists come from, like right-wing U.S. domestic terrorists come from, or from these militia groups, are very closely aligned with the police. And that is not only worrying and should be worrying to you, but that it is a very high risk of us seeing involvement like this. Kamala Biden won't include him in projects specifically run by the White House, though. They don't. Well, I mean, they shouldn't. Again, he should not have as much influence as he does, and he wants to be emperor of, like, he's a loser. Elon Musk is a fucking loser. He is the unpopular kid at school that never got over it. He is the rich, like, did not grow up around other human beings, so doesn't know how to socialize, autistic loser. And again, I don't mean autistic in general as derogatory, because I'm autistic. He's just a loser and autistic. I mean, look at him jumping and skipping around like a dipshit, as said by the great Tim Walz. All right, that's enough of this militia. But I do want to show you. Give me a second. Not for this one. Elon Musk using his money to try and buy the election. Alex Jones did lose everything. Giuliani did lose everything. I have the clips for that today too. There's no reason Musk can't lose pretty much everything, except he's significantly richer than any of those people, and he's the richest person in the world. He is not going to lose everything. He should. I wish he did, but he's not going to. DOJ sends Musk PAC a warning letter. The Department of Justice alerted Elon Musk's America PAC lawyer of possible penalties for a $1 million voter lottery. And so we see the prohibited acts section. Whosoever knowingly or willingly gives false information as to his name, address, or period of residence in the voting district for the purpose of establishing his eligibility to register or vote, or conspires with another individual for the purpose of encouraging false registration to vote and illegal voting, or pays or offers to pay or accepts payment either for registration to vote or for voting, shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 5 years. Now, officially, he is not giving them money to register to vote or to vote. He's giving them money to sign a petition. And so that's his way out of this. It's a little fucking loophole. He does a rally every day. I don't, like, I'll find the clips for it later. I don't want to watch him live right now. We got too much other shit to talk about. And I do worry, VOD Review, that Trump is going to win, which is why I'm trying to explain to you guys the physical danger to your lives if this does certain happen. But yes, the polls don't mean anything. Don't trust the polls literally at all. They mean literally fucking nothing. This election is a coin flip. We are not going to find out who won until days after the election, likely. The official, like, who won count will likely not come out until a couple days, at least maybe 3 until after the election. And we might be able to call it on election night, but things do change and vote counting is slow. But then we still have all the way until January 21st for all the legal challenges that are going to get involved in this. I just wanted to say here, so Elon Musk calls Eminem a Diddy participant because, Eminem supports Kamala Harris and is like, you should vote for Kamala Harris. Meanwhile, after calling him a Diddy participant, let's just remind people, this is from this year. Elon Musk described Diddy as a good friend in private. We text a lot. So, yet another Diddy party participant, says the man who regularly texted with Diddy and made appearances at Epstein and all. Like, these people are all fucking connected and they're all pedophiles and Nazis. Night Blue Brother. I hate the fact that calling them what they are makes you sound like a conspiracy theorist now, calling them pedophiles and Nazis when there's objective evidence of them being such. Anyway, let's finish with the US and then we'll move on to Israel, because we got a decent amount to talk about in Israel. But first, when I say that these people are a cult, as specifically the Christian nationalist version of MAGA, this is what I mean. Oh, wait, hold on. Can't play the music. Fucking copyright music. But, this is cult behavior. You guys understand this, right? Like, this is not normal for a church. This is a church. It's a fucking church, man.
And it is time for the hot topic of the hour.
Shut the fuck up.
Followers of Jesus. Thank you.
Just chanting Jesus like he is Jesus, but he's not Jesus. They think that he is fucking the God Emperor. They literally 30-something% of the country thinks this man was sent by God to save America. That's the level of lack of reality we're on. Meanwhile, he says shit like this.
And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, equally violent, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. 1798.
Which is the law that we used to imprison Japanese people in internment camps. All right. So that pretty much covers the United States. Shit's fucked. I just want the election to happen already. I'm so tired of the discourse. Like, can it just be tomorrow? Depends. Isn't the Antichrist technically sent by God? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in God, so it doesn't matter. They're culty, and they believe that God sent Donald Trump to save America. They have shirts of him with, like, the Jesus halo around his head, all, like, muscular. They have mugs of him and Jesus holding AR-15s. Like, it has been a not only religious effort to bring religion into politics, but also it's with capitalism. They make money off of this. He's selling Trump-themed Bibles. The people buy this shit, you know? And it's not like he sells them for cheap. He's making quite a markup on them. Remember the watch that he tried to grift for a month ago that he was selling for $10,000 that cost $150 to make? It's ridiculous. The fact that they believe that he is in any way even Christian is ridiculous, but they know that he's not. It's the cognitive dissonance. They are well aware that Donald Trump is not a good Christian, that he's not a Christian, and that he often does things that go against what these people that like him believe. And when they're confronted with it, and they're confronted with evidence, oftentimes they won't even deny it. They'll just say, oh, but that's okay. You know, like, he does a lot of good for the world. I'm sure God will forgive him. And then they move on from it. Religion in the U.S. is weird enough that this doesn't surprise me much. Yeah, we are really fucking weird with religion in America. And that's because the entire country was built on the divide between Protestant and Catholic. I guess, what's the word for them? The people who came from Europe, the immigrants, you know, Catholic and Protestant immigrants, and how they spread across the country in different areas. We have different religious groups that are more prominent in very specific areas. Whereas, like, most of the country is Protestant, but in the Northeast, we have quite a lot of Catholics. We also do have quite a lot of Protestants. They don't tend to like each other. In the Midwest, then we have things like Mormons, which are kind of Protestant-y, but they're their whole other thing. There's Jehovah's Witnesses. All of these religious groups essentially share much of what they believe in common, have very small specific differences, but a lot of them function with the same purpose, which is to fight woke shit, control people, to groom the American population into being more religious. We've had a separation of church and state since the founding of this country, and this is not the first time that the Christian right in America has tried to take that away, tried to bring religion into government, into politics, into schools, and they are currently succeeding in some ways. A lot of people came to the U.S. because religion at home wasn't extreme enough for their taste. Exactly. That's the issue, is they didn't escape prejudice in Europe because, they had these peaceful beliefs. They wanted to go even further. I mean, we can look at what happened in colonial America. We can look at how they treated the Salem witch trials, for example. These people were insane, as religious people often are, insane, regardless of what religion. Once you get a bit deep into it, you just kind of lose your mind. And it created structures in place that are still standing today. For example, Utah is entirely controlled by the Church of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. You have zero influence in Utah unless the Mormons support you, because that's their state. They have built up foundational ways to control people in said state. The things that, when you are religious and you're growing up, the things that you learn continue to incentivize obedience and a lack of critical thinking, which is not only useful for religion, but is also useful for conservatives in the right wing, which is why Christian nationalism has taken off so much in the United States, because it takes the best of both worlds, or rather the worst of both worlds, and mixes them together. Mormons, as in the dude with stones and a hat? No, the dude with magic underwear. Actually, yeah, also the stones. I don't know. He, an angel, I don't know, told him what God said, and he was writing it down, but no one was allowed to see the angel or the tablets or him, or, they just had to transcribe what the angel was telling him that he was setting it. All these religious people are fucking crazy. But then also look at Obama. Obama was a Calvinist. Calvinists are crazy too. They believe that your destiny is predetermined. Obama believed that whether you go to hell or not is determined by the time you are born, and that nothing you do, they don't believe in free will. These are the kinds of concepts we're discussing, and there's a reason why it's good to keep religion far the fuck away from politics, because otherwise you end up with a theocracy. And we talk a lot about Arab countries, Sharia law and all of this bullshit that they like to say. Well, what do you think, Mopur? What do you think I believe? Do you think that I believe that an angel came down from the heavens and told this guy what God was saying, and that he wasn't allowed to show the text to anybody, or that he wasn't allowed to? You kind of have to be fake if you want to achieve anything in U.S. politics. Well, I would like to change that by achieving my goals in U.S. politics by not being fake, by being authentic. Let's see if it works. I mean, look, I have 100 followers, which is not a lot. I could use more. I could use some more subs. I want to keep... Oh, speaking of, actually, making change with U.S. politics. If you guys actually want to make change for U.S. politics, well, do I have something for you? You should join PV and Phone Bank and Canvas. They have events literally all over the country, continuing post the election. I've phone banked with them before. I'm not officially affiliated or anything. This is just I like Progressive Victory. They do good work. They go canvassing. The second link that I sent, the mobilize.us, is phone banking for Mary Pelota for House, one of the most contentious House seats in the country at the moment. And we need to win that seat. Whether the Republicans win the presidency or not, we are definitely in need of winning the House, and likely the Senate too, but that's much less likely. Although still not impossible. It looks like Tim Cruz, Ted Cruz might get knocked out of Texas. These down ballot, these Senate congressional races matter a lot. So if you want to make a change, go to Progressive Victory. Progressive Victory if you want the link. Anyone can use it to open it back up. If you want to donate money, you have to be a U.S. citizen. This is a super PAC from the left. If you want to phone bank, you can phone bank from wherever you want. You don't have to be a U.S. citizen. And I think you should, not only because it's good for democracy, it's good for the world, it's good morally, but because it's fun. And the people in Progressive Victory are great. So if you want to achieve something in U.S. politics, Mopur, you don't have to be fake. You have to be authentic enough that it outweighs the fake grifters. We need to saturate the environment, the media, the discourse with good rather than allowing, well, I mean, yeah, to become president, you kind of do have to be corrupt, but that's a whole other thing. I don't know. I just feel like we would benefit from a collective effort to shift the discourse politically from, instead of just defending ourselves from the lies from the right, pointing out their fascism and their atrocious shit, we should A, make fun of them, and B, saturate the environment with positive things. Make people see good things, happy things, show them that we're trying to do good for them specifically, and that might be a bit more useful than, well, look, these guys are bad. Look at that they're bad doesn't do anything. Even what I'm doing right now, it doesn't help people who aren't already on board very often. It's a difficult environment to be in. But try your best, guys. You know, do Progressive Victory, go canvassing, do your phone banking, whether it's that PAC or another one, just make sure it's for the right causes, and vote Democrat down all the way on your ballot when you vote. Vote 500 times for Democrat. Same state. I'm kidding. Don't actually do that. Don't actually vote 500 times. But we really need the House and the Senate, and it's a pretty big risk. Especially because there's like growing evidence that the U.S. military is now becoming more extreme, and given a contentious election in which there might be another insurrection, the extremism in the military is also quite worrying. I don't think I should get involved more than having an unhealthy interest in it as a non-citizen and all that. You can still phone bank. The phone banking isn't telling people, you know, it's not election interference, because often, like the last time I did it, wasn't even telling people who to vote for the most part. It was calling registered voters in a state where their voter roll had been deactivated because that state had changed their law, so that if they didn't vote in the last federal election, then their voting status was now deactivated, but they were still registered, so they essentially had to go re-register to vote. That's what we were informing people of the last time I did phone banking. Like, hey, if you want to vote this November, you got to go do this or you won't be able to vote. Wasn't even mentioning Democrat or Republican or candidate, because it doesn't matter. Statistically, the more people you get out to vote, the more Democrats will vote. You might get a couple Republicans in there, but it'll always be more Democrats. And so that's not necessarily like a thing that anyone can get mad at. You just, hey, if you want to vote, make sure you can actually vote. Go do this thing, go sign this paper, go to your local office and talk to your election official. Like, that's the type of calls that you make as a phone banker, and oftentimes you just leave messages anyway. Most people don't answer the phone anymore. But it's fun, and I would suggest you even just have a look at it, you know? You might not want to do it, but you can give it a go. This is one of like my main points that I really want to make, is that try something new, whether you think you'll like it or not. If it's a good thing that will benefit others, give it a go. And it might not be your thing. You might not want to keep doing it. It's fine. But at least you tried. I'm just tired of seeing all of these complaints about what's happening in our country, in the world, what the right does. And then I don't see the same enthusiasm and the same energy to try and fix the issues from the left. We just expect someone to come save us. Liberals think Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to save the country. They're not going to make any changes. It's going to be status quo, which is fine. I want status quo right now over, you know, Hitler and fascism on the other side, because status quo allows people like me, like you, like all of us to have the time and the space to try and make the changes. Regardless of what happens in this election, let's say Kamala Harris wins. Do you think that we're not going to end up dealing with the same exact issue in 4 years? We need to spend those 4 years of getting young Democrats into state legislature, into election boards, into Congress, into the Senate if we can. And we need more governors that are blue. Like, we need to take power from them from the bottom, because we focus so much on the presidency, and we do focus on the Senate and the House, but there are a lot of other positions that make huge differences all around the country. And so many of us have the ability to do this work. And a lot of the time we have the time too. It's not like if you want to be part of your local council, that's like a fortnightly meeting for like 2 hours. You have that time. You can do that. And to get a seat on your local council, you walk around with your clipboard, knock on some doors, ask for some signatures. You will win that election. Nobody likes their like local government officials, no matter where you live. Your school board, even if you are a teacher or a retired teacher, please go join your school board, because schools are being attacked as well, and we need to have people in place that can A, mitigate this damage, and B, try and undo it in whatever way that we can. It's a scary time to be alive, but regardless of who wins, this isn't going away. The only way to fix it is by people like you and me joining government. It's people like you and me and every one of us continuing to protest, continuing to speak out, but praxis doesn't come from tweeting. It doesn't come from live streaming. It comes from action. So if you want action, do action. Go canvas, go phone bank, ! Progressive victory. And go tell your friends. Go run for a seat somewhere, you know? And I know not everyone can afford to do this or has the time to do this, but if you can, you should. It's morally correct, and it'll make your life better in the long run. And if you do this, try and get your friends along with you. This is how the Republicans did it. That's how they took over all of these state legislature seats, these governorships, these local boards. That's how they did it, is they got young people to be interested enough in politics to engage with it. Whereas the left, young people are so engaged in some parts of politics and then so unengaged with everything else. It's like you can ask any 21-year-old about the genocide and they will likely be pro-Israel, pro-Palestine. Some will be pro-Israel, but whatever. They're politically activated on that issue. However, anything but that issue, no interest in. Anti-electoral, America bad, America bad, America bad, Israel bad, Israel bad, Israel bad. That's their only point that they have. A lot of the times they simp for Russia and China because it's just better than America. These people are not helping in any way, shape, or form. They think that they are, though. But the way to actually help is to do what I said, is to join the government and make it better yourself. And when you say something like that, people are like, oh, you're ridiculous. Like, that's never going to happen. Why? Do it your fucking self. It's never going to happen if you people keep saying it's never going to happen and never try. Because, again, the right did it. It wasn't hard. We can do it. It's not hard, but people don't want to try. Every little victory counts, and Harris Walls instead of Trump Vance is pretty significant if you ask me, but I still wouldn't appreciate any outsider influencing our election. It's not an outsider influencing election if telling people that they're not able to vote if they can vote, but whatever. But that's up to you. That's fine. You don't have to, if you don't feel comfortable with it, then don't do it. But other people should, and if you know people that can, then you should tell them to. Every little victory does count, and Harris Walls would be pretty fucking significant because if Trump and Vance wins, that goes the fight for positive change for the next 4 to 8, maybe 20 years. Remember, the last Trump presidency, they got in with 3 Supreme Court justices and altered what U.S. politics will look like for decades to come. And we've all read Project 2025. This isn't a good direction that they're going to go in, so... Anyway, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then when we come back, we'll continue on. All right. So, moving on. God, I hate talking about Israel, but we have to because it's really going down now. And just give me a moment. Let me line up my links a bit. Okay, so starting off, there are now reports of Israeli settlers talking about settling into Gaza. There are government ministers supporting settling Gaza, such
support
as
some form
Ben
of
Gvir,
settlement
who
inside
is
Gaza.
just
The
another
awful
Hitler.
trauma of October the 7th attacks
So Jewish
have
settlers,
pushed those
including ministers
figures
in
towards
Prime Minister
the upper
Benjamin
end.
Netanyahu's
Also
cabinet
want to
gathered on
preface
the
it
border
by
of Gaza
saying
on
that
Monday,
while we were at
where
this
they
event,
called for
a group
settlements
of
Israel
protesters
evacuated
showed
2
up
decades ago to be
outside. They were
reestablished
friends
in
and
the
family of hostages
Palestinian
still being kept
enclave.
inside Gaza,
Right,
and they were
sure.
scathing about politicians on the right
the
who they
Israelis offer
perceive
reward
are
for the
weaponizing
hostages.
the events of
So,
October the
this
7th
is not
for political
entirely.
reasons.
Oh my God! Sorry, there's a video playing and I didn't hear it. So I have fucking headphones on. Oh my goodness. Okay, whatever. So, you guys can tell Israeli settlers want to move into Gaza. At the same time, the SodaStream CEO is offering $100,000 in cash or Bitcoin to anyone who delivers from Gaza a living Israeli prisoner. No one's going to do that because there's none left. This might actually be the only way to prove that there's none fucking left, because $100,000 is a lot of money. No one turns up for this. That's because there's no hostages left. Israel killed them all. But let's see what the people who want to settle their future homes in Gaza are like. Let's just have a look. This is not going to be fun, guys, just so you know, but we have to cover this. This shit's important, and you're not going to hear the full truth from anybody except online media on this. And even then, you're often going to hear lies, because this is the most contentious topic that we have right now.
I wanted to preface what you're about to...
But this is from Israel, and I think this is Channel 4 News, which is an Irish news channel, but they're quite good and always very fact-based.
See, by saying that the views you will hear don't represent the majority of people who live in Israel.
Although they do represent quite a significant portion of that population, but not all of them, not even half of them.
Although that said, there is some reliable polling that suggests that between 25 and 40% of the population here supports some form of settlement inside Gaza. The awful trauma of October the 7th attacks.
25 to 40%. And by the way, his trauma word there is actually quite important. We're going to get into that in a bit.
Push those figures towards the upper end. Also want to preface it by saying that while we were at this event, a group of protesters showed up outside. They were friends and family of hostages still being kept inside Gaza, and they were scathing about politicians on the right who they perceive are weaponizing the events of October the 7th,
which is exactly
for
what they're
political
doing.
reasons.
All right, there we go.
Blowing bubbles as Gaza burns. This weekend, over 100 people died in the north of the Strip. And as that was happening, not far away in southern Israel, settlers held a 2-day event.
This whole area is one big terror cell. It has an infection.
Oh, great, okay.
You have to take out the
right off the
infection.
bat. Does he not realize the you have to clear out the infection is literally what Hitler said about the Jews? He's talking about the Palestinians literally one-to-one as they were, as the Nazis did about the Jews.
Their plans for Jewish outposts inside what will be left of Gaza if they get in. Celebrated the festival of Sukkot as the smell of homes on fire wafted in from the west.
Like, I don't know how you can be a human and do this. and be smiling and joyful and jumping around. It's ridiculous.
We spoke to one of the organizers. What you're about to hear is hate speech. We decided to broadcast it because, as you'll see, these people have some very powerful friends in the Israeli government.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily want to broadcast the hate speech, but I really do need to show you guys that the rhetoric in Israel is absolutely genocidal, and that the genocide is getting significantly worse. We're in the end game now, just so you know.
That is when you have a cut in your body, and that cut, it has an infection. You have to take out the infection. When you take out the infection, then it'll be clean again.
In terms of cleaning out this infection, as you call it, what would you like to see happen to the over 1 million Palestinians that live there?
I think there are many nations, including Ireland and England, who would welcome them.
So his answer is, I don't want them there, period. Don't care.
To come and live in their
mass deportations to other countries.
Yeah, just like happens in Ukraine, in Russia, and any other place in the world you have a war.
Where was there mass deportations in Ukraine? But also, you really want to look at Russia? You're like, yeah, Russians do it. It's fine.
Does that idea not offend? Does that idea of mass deportations and cleansing the wound not offend your sense of Jewishness given your people's history? No.
Holy fuck! It is refreshing to hear a fucking journalist or news media actually say it. Literally, how does this not offend the Jewish people saying it? Pronouncing genocide incorrectly. Mass deportations and cleansing the wound. How is that not reminding you of the trauma that was literally ingrained into your culture as, post-World War II Israel? I mean, to be fair, it's actually more American Jews that were taught about the Nazis properly because, Israel was founded by militia groups that worked with the Nazis. The Likud party is essentially an offshoot of a Nazi militia, which is the leading party in Israel.
Not offend your sense of Jewishness given your people's history, no?
No, because when the evil is so bad, you have to do something with it to make peace with evil.
That has very dark historical resonance. That sentence
literally
you just
Hitler.
Said. In terms of Jewish people,
right now, the dark I know was what would happen a year ago here in Sderot. That was very dark.
So just Hitler.
That evening at the main event, settler families set up their sukkahs overlooking the strip. There's been an exponential rise both in the numbers.
Imagine sitting with your kids and just watching a city get demolished by missiles. More than 1 million people being slaughtered and killed and starved to death. Just happily watching it with your family, like having a fucking picnic, waiting for them to all die so you can move in.
Settlements and in violence directed by them against Palestinians in the West Bank since the October the 7th attacks. These people see the war in Gaza as the ultimate supplanting of Palestinians there. We meet Danny and Hadar Penton and their children bedding down for the night. They're so committed to the idea of resettling
this shit's depressing. Like, the fuck? These people aren't poor. That's not why they're doing this. They're doing this because they want to move to Palestinian land and annex it. In fact, oftentimes, the government is funding some of this, and it is internationally illegal, but no one cares.
Part of their promised land, they bring the children to live in Gaza today. I understand your beliefs and I understand your ideology, but you're not honestly telling me that you would bring your 7 children into a war zone today to live.
אוקיי, כן, אני עושה את זה עכשיו ולא יקרה להם כלום. אלוהים שומר עלינו ואני
You're fucking
מאמינה
insane. Oh, so, by the way, just to read between the lines here,
לא יקרה להם כלום.
nothing would happen to them means, Israel's not going to bomb us. God is protecting us means that the fascist state that we have all bowed to is protecting us. These people don't even believe in Judaism. These aren't Jews. You can ask a rabbi. They're not exhibiting the belief system that most Jews hold. This is gone beyond that. It's kind of like how American Christian nationalists aren't Christian anyway. Like, you know what I mean? They ignore all of the parts of their holy text that incentivize good behavior and only look at the bad parts and then use that as justification for their actions.
ואני מאמינה בלב שלם
Religious people everywhere.
שזאת המשימה שלנו.
Daniela Weiss holds court that evening. She's seen as the grandmother of the modern-day settler movement, and now she's something else as well. Friends with Israel's new far-right settler power elite, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, and Itamar Ben-Gvir, minister of national security, who we'll meet later.
Again, Ben-Gvir was the one that we read the article about just a minute ago. It's not even that these people are crazy and that they are illegally trying to settle in land that is not theirs. Under international law, recognized by the US even, America even said the settlements were illegal. And the government is not only incentivizing it, but helping to fund it.
They're the settlers' champions, no longer manning outposts, driving ministerial cars. Do you feel like this is your political moment?
It's not a moment. It's the beginning of an era. It's the beginning of a period. It's a big change. The left is losing its rule. And the right.
This sounds like Russian propaganda to me.
Came to power, and this is to stay.
The main event the following day, a showcase of political muscle. When Daniela Weiss says this is a new era, this is what she means. Settlers are no longer a fringe group of militant zealots that are irrelevant. They are sharing the stage with government ministers and MPs.
This is internationally recognized to be illegal, also by the United States.
Is what real power looks like. May Golan is Minister for Social Equality. She is from Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party.
What does social equality mean to this woman? Does it literally just mean, like, you guys understand how even just being an Israeli citizen works, right? You know, there's different tiers of citizenship because you can't be a full Israeli citizen unless you're a specific type of ethnic Jew. You can have something that is close to citizenship, but it's not. It's not the same. They have tiered systems. Hey, certified garbage, welcome. So this minister for fucking social equality is a bullshit role. They don't even have a citizenry that's equal. Whether, like, even the Jews are separated between, like, the ethnic Jews that are correct get the full citizenship, but the ones that aren't, or the converts, they don't. And Arab or Muslim Israelis, they don't get the same rights. Even if they are allowed to live in Israel, even if they're considered residents or citizens, they don't get the same rights. That's not how Israel works. Israel's not a democracy.
Wants all Gazans to leave the Strip. But what?
Social equality wants all Gazans to leave the Strip. It's like it's a joke. I couldn't parody this.
Those who don't want to leave. If it ever gets to that point, what's the government's plan?
I'm not talking about plans right now.
So you don't have a plan for that? Just to be clear, you're bombing Gaza, but you do not have a plan to move the people who don't want to leave.
I said one question, but no problem.
They have a plan. I'm going to show it to you as soon as she's done talking.
We're doing, and we will do, everything that we need in order to protect the lives of our people, women that were slaughtered, girls that were kidnapped.
You fucking Hitler. You're the one making your people's lives more at risk. You ever notice how when these people have to, like the fascists in general, not even just Israeli fascists, have to talk about an event that occurred that's bad, like they talk about October 7th, where it's like, oh, you know, all of the little girls that were raped and the headless babies and the babies stuffed into ovens, most of which is like made up and doesn't have substantial evidence, whereas like the babies in ovens claim is something that Israel actually did to Palestinians the last time around, not something that happened on October 7th. They have to make the other side unhuman. They have to dehumanize them by making them seem like monsters, like a different type of being, one that doesn't deserve respect, that slaughtered girl. Like, this is the way that they talk. They have to make everything not just extreme, but like dramatic. They have to cinematize everything.
Let's bring in Dorsa Jabari now. We're going back to that story we
Please be quiet. All right, so let's see what plan they have. Well, this is the general's plan. I covered this on my stream last stream, but let's, I very much like to hear Mehdi Hassan's opinion on it, because I haven't watched this yet. So the general's name is Giora Island, and his genocidal plan for northern Gaza, which, might I add, is already being implemented. This isn't like a hypothetical future plan. Israeli officials have already said parts of this plan are being implemented, and they don't like to acknowledge it, because when Blinken was in Israel, he mentioned, oh yeah, thank you for like ignoring this plan or something like that. I'll find the actual link. And Netanyahu didn't really give an answer. The quote was demurred.
At least 640 Palestinians in northern Gaza after launching a ruthless bombing campaign in the area just a few weeks ago. The mounting death toll comes after Israel unleashed one of their deadliest attacks on Gaza yet this past weekend, killing almost 100 people and injuring 40 in northern Gaza's Beit Lahia. The Palestinian Authority is sounding the alarm with even greater urgency than before, stating that, quote, the occupation army is forcing residents of northern Gaza to either flee under bombardment or face killing in what resembles a circle of certain death.
Remember, we covered this last week. Essentially, what the Israeli government has said is that northern Gaza, 1/3 of the map, is now a closed combat zone, and any civilians inside said zone are counted as combatants, which gives Israel the right to just kill them. There's 400,000 people in northern Gaza. Most have not left, even though they were told to leave. What? No, this is in Gaza. This is just Israel wanting to finish the genocide. The war is ramping up in the north. They need their soldiers out of the south. They have settlers that want to move in. Like, they want to finish this up. So what they're doing, as we'll see, is they're starving Gaza, not letting any food or water in at all, and as well as just piece by piece cutting the map into 1/3 and killing all the Palestinians in there. There might not be very many Palestinians left at the end of this, unfortunately. Oh shit, you were in the hospital? You okay, certified garbage? Yeah, Gaza is, it's not even a Hamas, because Hamas is gone. There's no Hamas. It's just civilians. Glad you're okay.
But here's what you need to understand. This isn't just the usual savage, brutal, racist disregard for Palestinian life from the Israeli military. You know, bomb first, ask questions later. No, the truth is that this is far from just another reckless killing spree. It's a calculated, deliberate, premeditated Israeli military plan. It's even got a name. It's called the General's Plan, and it's the brainchild of perhaps the most genocidal member of the Israeli military establishment, Giora Eiland. Yes, you may recognize the retired Israeli general's name from early on in the war when he called for Israel to create a, quote, serious humanitarian crisis in Gaza, marketing it as a legitimate strategy for winning the war. Or maybe you caught his name in the headlines last November when aid groups were warning about potential disease outbreaks in Gaza, to which Eiland responded by basically welcoming an epidemic.
Well, shit, that doesn't sound fun, certified garbage. Hope you are feeling much better now. However, this also sounds fucking horrible. They are just going to slaughter the Palestinians this way. What's already in place is the lack of food and water and medicine. Food and water is barely coming into Gaza. Last I checked, since October 1st, there's been one shipment of food into Gaza? One? Singular? Can anybody find that and confirm to me that there hasn't been any more food sent in? Because I haven't seen any.
Something that could actually bring Israel closer to victory. So he's a sociopath. And while some people on Twitter insisted to me a while back that he's not relevant, he's retired, he doesn't have any power, Eiland says he is currently advising the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and actually took all of his genocidal suggestions to the Israeli Knesset in September and wrapped them up into what we now know as the General's Plan.
again, the people in it's not the Israeli people aren't the issue here, it's the people in power, just like everywhere else. Now, the Israeli people are obviously, as we saw from the settlers, quite radicalized, and from the polling of 25 to 40% of Israelis support settlement in Gaza, but that's because they're literally brainwashed to do so. Israel's even worse than America in that, because you have mandatory conscription, and the IDF is essentially an indoctrination tool. Jesus fuck, yeah, ACAB. Oh my goodness. I mean, I've been tased before, but not badly. Yeah.
At the core of that plan is a two-step process that sounds pretty genocidal on the face of it.
All right, let's get to this. This is quite important. I'm skipping back and forth because I care. I got tased in high school when I was outside at lunch at the we had something called the smoker's bench. I used to smoke cigarettes, and I'd be out there. And a friend of mine had a disposable camera that they had turned into a taser, and they tased me with it at lunch. It wasn't particularly fun, I'll say. Wanker, but whatever. Okay, back to can we talk about the impending genocide of 1 million Palestinians really quickly with full seriousness? That's not even the closest thing to the funniest thing that's happened to me at the smoker's bench in my high school. Jesus. It was wild. But no, it's not that funny. Getting tased is not fun, Sweetie Pete. Christ, yeah, Jesus. Okay, yeah. Also, you're 6'3". You're very tall. Oh my god.
In September, and wrapped them up into what we now know as the General's Plan. At the core of that plan is a two-step process that sounds pretty genocidal on the face of it. Number one, order all Palestinians to leave northern Gaza and say anyone who remains, who stays behind, is a terrorist who Israel will then automatically kill.
Remember, the only place they can go is further south into Gaza, which will just be the next section that they do.
And number two, make northern Gaza uninhabitable for Palestinians. According to the plan, that means a, quote, full and tight blockade, which includes preventing movement to and from it, and preventing the entry of supplies, including food, fuel, and water. Or if you want to put it in more blunt terms, those who remain will have to choose to, quote, surrender or die of starvation. At least that.
Like, this is the level that we're on. This is the final solution. You guys understand that, right? This is Israel being like, all right, we're done. We've played around. We had fun. Now it's time to go do the war in the north. That's what this is. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Sorry. I shouldn't have tried to move my camera. There we go. That'll do. What about the kids? Well, the kids die too, certified garbage. They're all going to die. They've already been killing them. Most of the death toll is children.
That's what was said in the plan's slick promotional video featuring Eland himself, which also states that once Israel has eliminated all Palestinians from northern Gaza, the Israeli military will be able to, quote, cleanse the areas of Gaza City. Yeah, Eland and his group of retired Israeli generals put this on YouTube. That's how proud they are of it. And this isn't the first time the Israeli military establishment has given a name to their genocidal military plans.
Cleanse. God, tell me, where the fuck is the UN? Well, the UN is not going to do anything without America's support. America pretends that this isn't happening. Look at how we talk about Lebanon. When America or American media talks about Lebanon, it sounds like the Russians talking about Ukraine. Oh, it's a limited military operation. It's not a full invasion and all this bullshit, as if we haven't fully fucking invaded Lebanon. You guys know that we sent like American soldiers to Israel, right? With big missile defense batteries to operate, giant ballistic missile defense systems, Patriot and all the other ones. We have American troops there to stop Iran from killing them because Israel is going to attack Iran in the next week. Well, yeah. Israel is not an ally to the United States. Not really. Like, officially it is, but nothing that they are doing or have done for decades really has been to the benefit of America. They work for themselves. The CIA fucking hates Mossad. they're about to drag us into a war with Iran, likely the day before election day. This is all fucked. You think that there's any reason that they're waiting to hit Iran closer to the election other than to piss off Americans so that they vote for Trump? Because if we get into a war with Iran and either an American soldier dies in the strike, in like the retaliatory strike that Iran does, because we have our soldiers there specifically for that reason, or the Biden administration, Kamala Harris, don't handle it well, they don't remove us from the situation, if we get dragged into the war, then it's over. Donald Trump has won. Well, because they're French certified garbage.
As I discussed on this show a few weeks ago, in Lebanon, the Israeli military is currently applying what they've dubbed the Dahia Doctrine, which calls for the use of disproportionate and excessive force against civilians and against civilian infrastructure.
They literally have a doctrine. They have a doctrine that says, yeah, okay, we're gonna commit genocide, and this is how we're gonna do it. They have a fucking piece of paper of, yeah, we gotta destroy all the apartment buildings. We gotta kill all the little kids playing in the park. It's in their official documents.
Law. So there's nothing fringe about the general's plan. In fact, after Eilan presented his proposals in Parliament, Netanyahu reportedly told other Knesset members that the general's plan, quote, makes a lot of sense. And according to an official who spoke to the Associated Press, a former military official who spoke to CNN, and 4 major Israeli human rights groups, the plan is already being implemented. Yes, what's happening in northern Gaza right now is the general's plan. It's undeniable.
A siege is a legitimate, practical measure that can be taken against enemy, and you can cause your enemy either to surrender or to die in starvation if they refuse to surrender. Now, those who decide to stay there for whatever reason, then this is their choice.
And as horrible as that...
This is their choice, he says about the people who are injured, who are starved, who are malnourished, dehydrated, with, everything being rubble around them, constant bombs dropping. You think that this means anything to a real person? No, this is just propaganda for them to shout, to continue to radicalize the Israeli population. We're going to get back to this video in a second, but just to make the point, this is our land. We deserve it. Dozens of Israelis planning to cross the border and settle in Gaza. When asked what should happen to Palestinians currently living in the territory, one Israeli woman replied, quote, "We should kill them, every last one of them." This is from Sky News. This is essentially Fox News saying it out loud. It would be our privilege, he says, looking at his wife and 3 small children, to go and set up a kibbutz in Gaza. As if on cue, there's a boom as another shell is fired into Gaza from a nearby gun emplacement. Like, this is insanity. We should kill them all, is what they're saying. And the reason that they have this kind of rhetoric is because they watch idiots like that, and you listen to people like Ben Gvir and Benjamin Netanyahu and Elon Levy and all of these fucking Nazis radicalize them, just like we're having the same issue in the United States with people like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, and how we had it in 2020 with Steve Bannon and Roger Stone and all of the Nazism is worldwide. What countries are good? Unfortunately, I don't have any for you. Try Iceland. I hear it's pretty and pretty chill. Otherwise, I don't know, Madagascar? New Zealand is nice from what I hear, but Peter Thiel has a citizenship in Norway's full of Nazis now. Like, not full of, they're not like the ones in main power, but they're going down the same path in Norway. The Nordic states are all going to the right as well. Iceland is probably your best bet there. Canada's about to fall to the right in the next election that they have. They have a huge right-wing nationalist and also Nazi movement in Canada growing. You can try Peru. Peru sounds nice. I don't know. Sorry, man. I can't help you escape this world, but I would like to as well. The only way you can go to Mars, unfortunately, is if you become Elon Musk's slave boy, and I'd rather not do that. Plus, also, fuck space. How about we just take America back and then use the power that we have to fix all of the other countries and denazify the world? That'd be great.
That sounds, the plan in practice is even worse than Ayland has led us to believe. Because from the looks of it, Israel doesn't even want Palestinians to evacuate from northern Gaza. In fact, for the past few weeks, Israel has been finding all sorts of ways to keep the residents there trapped inside of northern Gaza as they continue to expand and intensify their bombing campaign. Mohammed Salha, director of Al-Auda Hospital.
So it's literally not even like we want them to starve to death over time. It's like, no, we don't even want them to leave so we can kill them all at once. My boss, Ashley, is from Venezuela. She's cool. She went to Florida. Cool. I would never want to live in Florida. I'm sorry if you live in Florida, but you should probably move out of Florida. You can't get home insurance in Florida anymore.
And Dr. Rana Salo of Kamal Udwan Hospital told AP News that Israeli troops have been cutting off the roads between Gaza City and the areas even further north, giving Palestinians even less of a way out. Dr. Hussam Abu Sefia, director of the Kamal Udwan Hospital in northern Gaza, tried to follow through with Israel's evacuation order in mid-October, even though Israel didn't even tell the hospital where to evacuate to. But ultimately,
it's obvious that they don't actually want these people to evacuate so that they could kill them all and erase any witnesses or any trace of what's happening here. Their ultimate goal in their mind, their ideal outcome, is they have done this successfully enough that almost nobody in the region alive remembers what it was like before they did it. Which is very consistent with Nazis and fascists everywhere, is erase any memory of dissent to reduce dissent. Also certified garbage. Go to Denver. Denver's cool. I lived in Denver for a while. I quite liked it.
Ultimately, those critical patients were not able to get out after hospital staff faced over 10 hours of delays at Israeli checkpoints. And even those who can get out of northern Gaza and can miraculously avoid the aerial bombardment have to also avoid getting shot at by Israeli snipers and drones, quote, firing at everyone passing by on the road, according to an...
I can't show any of these because obviously it's TOS, but on Twitter, I'm afraid to open any of the tags with Israel because I keep seeing dead babies, children shot in the face, bullet hole through the center of their skull. It's horrific. They are fully invested now. This is the end game. They are going after it, and we should know. Be aware. I unfortunately don't think that there's anything we can realistically do to stop this anymore. It's so far along. They're currently doing it.
Eyewitness quoted by CNN. In fact, all those starving and sick Palestinians in northern Gaza are a sign that Israel has already moved far past the evacuation stage and is well into stage 2.
Thank you, Mehdi Hassan.
A complete military siege, the starve or surrender stage, meaning no water, no electricity, and no food. Indeed, the UN delivery tracker reports that since October the 1st, only 80 trucks have entered into northern Gaza. Compare that with the roughly 60 trucks that were entering per day in September, a number
I just need you guys to understand, 80 trucks worth of food for 1 million people is nothing. It's literally nothing. It's not even 10% of the population's single meal for a day. One singular meal for a day. It's not even the full it's not even half the full population.
Was so dismal, so pathetic, that it was seen by many as clear evidence that Israel has been using starvation as a weapon of war.
They've been since the beginning of the war.
And according to the head of UNRWA, Israel has refused to let the United Nations provide any assistance, including food, in northern Gaza since September the 30th. And now...
Why does Israel have
Palestinians
jurisdiction to tell the United Nations and groups that work with the UN anything? Why do they get to shoot at UN peacekeepers and get away with it in Lebanon? Why do they get to harass peacekeepers and get away with it in Lebanon as well? Why do they get away with all of this shit? What is the point in which the systems of power get tired of getting fucked over by this? Because it's not like Israel does this and then the West benefits. Israel does this and then the West suffers the consequences instead of Israel. That's what happens. why are we continuing with this? You know, like, you would think that the bourgeoisie, at the very least, would work in their own fucking best interest.
Still trapped in northern Gaza, the Israeli military is only getting more emboldened, more genocidal by the day. Just take a look at this post from this past weekend, where the Israeli army openly bragged about this picture of starved, injured, and rounded up Palestinians being forced out to southern Gaza, where who knows what will happen to them. As human rights activist Josh Kaddish put it on Twitter, the dehumanization in this photo is haunting and reminiscent of nearly every genocide before. And yet the Israeli army, so confident in its ability to commit war crimes with impunity, posted this photo itself, framed as an achievement of ethnically cleansing.
At this fucking point, Israel could nuke Washington and we would apologize. Genuinely. Like, I don't understand how, like, it gets to this point.
Jabalia. It's not just human rights activists, though. The former deputy head of Israel's own National Security Council said this week that this plan is a war crime and that Israeli soldiers should refuse to obey orders. Look, to be clear,
Their
this is
own
our ally,
National
Israel,
Security
doing
Council.
this with US support, US funding, US weaponry. This is not the Serbs during the Bosnia genocide, though the imagery out of northern Gaza is reminiscent of Srebrenica, as many have pointed out.
I've also pointed this out. It's so fucking obvious. I love Mehdi Hassan on this. He's one of the only people that I actually care who has what opinion he has on what's happening in the Middle East, because he's correct. The man doesn't lie.
Genocide, though the imagery out of northern Gaza is reminiscent of Srebrenica, as many have pointed out. I mean, can you imagine tomorrow if Vladimir Putin carried out his own version of the general's plan in eastern Ukraine? Can you imagine if Xi Jinping carried out his own version of the general's plan against Taiwan? What would Biden and Blinken say? How would Harris respond? In outrage, right? There'd be more than the odd passing reference to it in the Western media.
If China tried to blockade Taiwan to starve them to death, we would go to war with China. If Russia started starving Ukrainian civilians in eastern Ukraine, I don't know. I don't know if we'd go to war with Russia at that point. I feel like we're still a bit pussies when it comes to Russia, but for some reason we're not about China. Who knows?
There'd be non-stop coverage of the brutality, the genocidal nature of it, the sheer cruelty of the plan. Telling people to move or die, surrender or starve. It's as brazenly illegal as it is immoral. But I'll tell you what, if the Chinese did it, or the Russians did it, they'd deny they were doing it. They'd hide their intention.
That's true.
They'd pretend it wasn't them. But Israel enjoys such impunity on the international stage thanks to the blind support it gets from the United States, that its political and military leaders don't just bomb, besiege, starve, and ethnically cleanse civilian areas. They brag about it. They advertise it. They give their genocide a name. The General's Plan.
Beyond this even, they just don't respect the rest of us. Netanyahu brings suitcases of dirty laundry when he comes to the US so that the American taxpayer will pay to have them washed. Not because he needs to, but because he knows that the US has a policy for diplomatic guests get laundry service. So there's literal news articles over the years of him bringing suitcases of dirty laundry to give to the US to wash for him when he comes here. It's essentially spitting in our face. Now, thank you, Mehdi Hassan, but it's not even just that. Like,
want to avoid the reality.
Please shut up, Cenk. So CNN ran this story, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. This is obviously a screenshot of a section of it, but Jesus Christ. Quote, he got out of Gaza, but Gaza did not get out of him. Israeli soldier returning from war struggles with trauma and suicide. Guy Zaken, Mizrahi's friend and co-driver of the bulldozer, provided further insight into their experience in Gaza. We saw very, very, very difficult things. Zaken told CNN things that are difficult to accept. The former soldier has spoken publicly about the psychological trauma endured by Israeli troops in Gaza. The fucking Israeli troops are getting psychological trauma, huh? In a testimony to the Knesset, Israel's parliament in June, Zaken said that on many occasions, soldiers had to run over terrorists dead and alive in the hundreds. As in, we had to murder hundreds of Palestinians by driving over them. Everything squirts out, he added. Zaken says he can no longer eat meat as it reminds him of the gruesome scenes he witnessed from his bulldozer in Gaza. Struggles to sleep at night. When you see a lot of meat outside and blood, both ours and theirs, again, Hamas, not Palestinians. It's this conflation of every Palestinian as Hamas when it's just not true. And then it really affects what you eat. So later he said, there is no such thing as citizens, he said, referring to the ability of Hamas fighters to blend in with civilians. This is terrorism. As in, every Palestinian is a Hamas fighter. I drove over hundreds of Palestinians to the point where their guts squirted out and I can no longer eat meat and have PTSD. This is Israel's fault. And the fact that CNN airs this as Israeli soldiers receiving trauma from the genocide that they're fucking committing is disgusting. It's despicable. It's infuriating. Like, sure, this is a valid experience. And this person is very clearly brainwashed. They are in the IDF. They're indoctrinated. It's kind of the whole fucking point. But are you kidding me? Their struggles with suicide and trauma because they murdered so many civilians in such a gruesome way that they traumatized themselves. I hope you suffer for the rest of your life, Zaken. I hope you can never sleep again. I hope you can never eat meat again.
This is Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
Not yet. So we're just going to watch a little section of this. So again, Cenk Uygur doesn't often make the best takes. Piers Morgan, piece of shit. And this guy is the son of a former Hamas leader who switched to the Israeli side and now does Israeli propaganda. I just want you to hear the way that, first of all, pay close attention to his facial expressions. This guy has a very expressive face when he talks, but listen to the things he says to Cenk about what they're talking about. Just
and theoretical.
Let's go back to right in the beginning.
Ineffective. No, they were the powerless. The powerless always do ineffective violence that we call terrorism. And then to say, no, it's their fault that the powerless are going to somehow wipe out the powerful. No, you're framing it in a way that is totally hypothetical and theoretical because you want to avoid the reality of what is actually happening in the world, which is the Israelis wiping out the Palestinians, slaughtering them, tens of thousands
All right, let
at
me
a
bring
time,
in Mossab.
taking their land.
Rare Cenk W, and of course Piers Morgan has to cut him off there. Piers Morgan only ever cuts off the leftist anyway.
All right, Mossab, your response.
Wow, where do I begin? To analyze the mental state of this...
I'm sorry, hold on. This guy both looks and talks like a stereotype. I don't know how to say this in a way that's not horrible, but as a woman who was born in the Middle East and grew up with a Muslim family, this guy is the most stereotype of an Arab terrorist that I've ever seen. It's almost cartoonish. Now, I'm not saying that he is one. He's, actually a pro-Israeli terrorist, not a pro-Arab terrorist, but it's cartoonish. The accent and the face and the beard, I don't know. Don't cancel me for saying this. Don't clip me for it, all right? It's just the facts. This guy just looks like your idea, the average American's idea of a terrorist. Just put like a turban on his head because Osama wore one, and then that's him.
Self-proclaimed savior of the Gaza children. He really touched my heart. Who authorized you to speak on behalf of the Arab children of Gaza? Who authorized you?
You just did.
You never been there. You don't care.
He called him a Palestinian. Trump started it. Now everyone just calls someone Palestinian as an insult. This is disgusting, by the way.
Yeah.
So am I Palestinian
and now
or am I
you
not?
think you hold the higher moral ground.
He does.
You don't.
I do.
You're not the savior. You always need a victim in order to pose as the savior. You're not the savior.
Literally what Israel does and what every fascist does, they claim the victim every time. They are the victim, no matter what.
First, learn how to control yourself. Learn how to control your tongue buds before you try to control the world.
The fuck is he talking
It's
about?
a big situation in Gaza. All of us are heartbroken for the death of the children of Gaza.
I'm sure you are.
All of us. That includes Israel. Israel considers what's happening in Gaza a tragedy.
Then maybe they should stop doing it.
A tragedy made up by the terrorists that you sympathize with.
The Israeli terrorists.
That you want to validate and legitimize. Then we will have to deal with the chaos that you create, your emotional being.
Literally
Going
every
all over the
accusation
place.
is a confession.
Who authorized you to speak on the behalf of the Gaza?
Motherfucker, you can speak on anyone you want to. Who the fuck are you telling Cenk or anyone else that you have no right to talk about the children in Gaza? Go fuck yourself.
You did. You self-proclaimed, just like Mahmoud Abbas, just like Yasser Arafat, just like all the Palestinians who have been feeding on the pain of the Palestinian children. You are a parasite, a bottom feeder. This is what you are.
And this is what I mean by the fascist needs to dehumanize their opponent no matter what. It has to be the most extreme, dramatic dehumanization in order to fit the narrative of everyone that disagrees with me as a terrorist.
So before you speak against the Prime Minister of a democracy.
Israel is not a democracy. Like it is just actually not a democracy. We keep calling it that, but it's not a democracy. Look at the definition of a democracy. Israel is not that. They don't even have, they have a tiered citizenship system where there are certain people who have more rights than others based on the type of citizenship that they have, based on their fucking ethnic group and religion. This is not a democracy. Israel is not a democratic country.
And accuse him of being a terrorist. You need to look at yourself.
Benjamin
in the mirror.
Netanyahu is a terrorist.
You have been supporting Hamas and it's recorded against you for eternity. So don't play the game.
Pretty sure Cenk has come out against Hamas on multiple occasions.
Now that your fight is for the children in Gaza. This is not your fight. You're killing Hamas for the children of Gaza. The IDF that is killing Hamas. That is uprooting Hamas so the children of Gaza can have their freedom after 30 years.
Remember, have their freedom is what he's saying. This interview was yesterday or the day before. Meanwhile, they can have their land back after we kill Hamas. Meanwhile, a third of the Gaza Strip is an open military conflict zone where they're literally starving 400,000 people to death and also shooting them with a open, documented plan to do that with the rest of Gaza. This is what they do. Every accusation is a confession.
6 years of slavery. Those are the ones who qualify to speak on the topic, not you sitting in your comfort. And you want to have an opinion about it.
All right,
this is the problem that we have dealing with scumbags like this.
All right, let me
notice how Piers Morgan doesn't, try very hard to censor the guy on the right, but he will censor Cenk. I just want to hear Cenk's reaction to this because I haven't actually watched the clip. All I saw was him calling Cenk a parasite, and I was like, okay, we can have a look at this. This is a very long video, and I don't have the attention span to watch all of it. But
let me try and bring things back to a more civilized context. The images of Sinwar's propaganda, but the underground mass were safe when they took power, constructing precisely so that people like him could be kept safe and his family, whilst after perpetrating the horror of October the 7th, he knew he was immediately condemning regular Palestinians in Gaza to death.
It's almost like extremism is bad in general.
Women, children, and everybody else who would die as Israel responded to this appalling terror attack. When you look at that footage of Sinwar, perfectly safe, tucked away in his tunnel with his family, do you not Sinwar himself was an appalling human being who did a terrible disservice to the people of Gaza?
You guys...
That was such a long segment of narrativizing. Oh my God.
Sound ridiculous. It's like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
What have I just said that's ridiculous?
You just said Sinwar was perfectly safe. They killed him.
Yeah, eventually they killed
Apparently
him.
he wasn't
a year
perfectly
later.
safe.
A year
Okay.
later.
Okay, so let's just be clear about who's being ridiculous. And then this guy, Mossad or Mossab or whatever his name is, who, by the way, again, your audience should know is literally a paid agent of Israel. I mean, it's kind of obvious from what he says, but that he just
Well,
said
do you know
that
he's
the
a paid agent of
IDF
Israel? Do you know he is?
Yeah, the IDF is saving the children of Gaza, and they should thank the IDF.
Do you know he's a paid agent of
look,
Israel? Just for the record. You said he is. Do you
yeah,
know that?
he's the one. Wait, doesn't he admit it? He turned on his family, he turned them in, and now works for Israel. That's a well-known fact. So that's why he comes out here and says absurd things like Palestinians don't exist.
Maybe I should just find where they're yelling at each other. That's a good.
And disown Hamas.
No, he's allowed to do anything he likes, but he's an Israeli agent. This is
true.
Well-established fact. So, okay, anyways, so that's why he says the absurd things, and that's also why he calls me a parasite, dehumanize Muslims, and so that it's easier to kill them. So now to answer your question, look, as you know, Piers, I got no love for any of these fundamentalists.
As you guys also know, I have no love for Cenk Uygur, but rare W here. He's absolutely correct. Look at this motherfucker's face. This looks like there's malice in his eyes, because he's hearing what Cenk's saying. He's like, oh, I know the perfect thing to say to this motherfucker. Like, he's so inundated with his job as a literal Israeli propaganda agent, a propagandist, that he enjoys it. You know? I mean, he did literally switch from Hamas to Israel. Clearly, he might have some personal grudges. Maybe at the time he thought it was a good idea, but he's obviously radicalized, and he acts like his rhetoric is the same as that of Israeli officials, like government officials, like Ben Gvir, like Elon Levy, like Netanyahu, which is just terrorism. They are terrorists. This guy's a terrorist supporter.
Muslim leaders. You got the Ayatollah.
So is Piers Morgan.
It's oppression in Iran. I don't want it. Hamas and Hezbollah have become radicalized and are more Muslim fundamentalists. I don't agree with that ideology at all. I think that ideology is harmful. But I also know that when you do an occupation or you do an oppression, moderates don't arise. Extremists arise to fight that occupation and oppression. So these are just the realities of power dynamics. None of this has anything to do with ethnicity. If the roles were reversed and the Jews were the ones being oppressed by the Palestinians, I would say the same exact thing. And I would say, well, of course the Jews are, we can call
Which is literally just like the sensible position to make, is that this is bad. Regardless of who's doing it to who, don't do a genocide. It's depressing that we live in a world where everyone does not agree to this.
Them terrorists, and the ones that fought the Nazis, you could call them terrorists, but they are resistance fighters as well, at a minimum. See, I can do it with either side being either ethnicity because I'm being fair. And so I don't like to see them living luxuriously, but if you're talking about living luxuriously, the Israelis have paid family leave, we don't. They have universal health care, we don't. They're the only country in the world that has Iron Dome, we don't. And we have given them hundreds of billions of dollars in America here. How come we don't get to live like the Israelis as we fund their genocide?
It's a pretty fair question.
Look, if it was Jewish children...
We could absolutely have a higher standard of living in the U.S., by the way. Not only if we cut our military defense budget, stopped funding Israel as much, but also just taxed our fucking corporations. But no, sorry, what Cenk said here is anti-Semitic. So really, I think we need to give Israel like another $20 billion in weapons because anti-Semitism. Got to make up for it.
That
Fucking
a Palestinian
ridiculous.
state was murdering at this level, a shot to the head, starving them to death. I would hope that we would all be
Doctors
moved to help the
handcuffed
Jews
with their
in that
hands
context.
behind their backs
If we haven't,
and
if we are
gunshot
not moved
wounds
to
to
do
the head.
that, then we haven't learned anything. That never again doesn't mean anything. But if it's not Jewish people and it's Palestinians, we should have the same exact sympathy. But I don't see that anywhere in American media or in American politics. All I hear is about a theoretical state where Israel isn't the oppressor and could be oppressed, I don't know, 1,000,000 years from now, or when they lose their entire...
None of it's based in reality. He's exactly right. And yes, this era does feel like the 50s and 70s. We're going back. We might be going back a bit further, certified garbage, through 30s to 50s maybe, not 50s to 70s. Yeah, Piers Morgan is a piece of shit, so... All right, well, that's enough of that. I found this just moments ago, so I haven't seen anything on this, but Justin, former model Stacey Williams, claims that Donald Trump groped her 31 years ago. In a new hit piece from The Guardian, Williams claims she met Donald Trump through Jeffrey Epstein. She says she went to Trump Tower in 1993 with Epstein, where Trump allegedly grabbed her butt and her breast. Williams claims that she thought she saw two men smiling at each other during the incident. Quote, these accusations made by a former activist for Barack Obama and announced on a Harris campaign call 2 weeks before the election are unequivocally false, said Trump's campaign press secretary. Does it? Like, honestly, whether, like, how big of a deal this is or not, just the Trump-Epstein connection is enough to make this worth putting out there. Just give me a second. We'll watch this in a second because I do have to pee. I need to start drinking less tea on stream because it just keeps happening. Sorry, guys. Right. You read anything interesting on this yet or not? Well, all right. Anyway, before we get right back to it, I want to go back to my little spiel. If you guys are sick of hearing about all the like horrible stuff in the world and want to do something about it, whether you live in America or somewhere else, exclamation point PV, go and phone bank, Canvas, if you can, donate. This is an actual like progressive PAC. They are supporting good candidates. They do good work. I've phone banked with them before. The second link that I sent is specifically phone bank for Mary Pelota, which is a very contentious House seat. Give it a go. It's fun. It requires like almost no effort and no skill. They give you a training session, explain what you're supposed to do, and then you call, and usually you're just leaving messages on people's phones, but it makes a huge difference. A lot, like the last time I did it, a lot of the people that I called, it wasn't even, hey, you should vote for this person. It was, hey, you're registered to vote, but your state has weird laws, so they've deactivated your registration. If you want to vote in November, you got to go do this before this date. Like, that's the kind of calls that we were making. Whereas if you live in like Pennsylvania, you can do canvassing. It's important, and if you feel hopeless in the world and you don't like the way that politics is currently existing in our culture, if you don't like the systems that are in place and you want change, do it yourself. That's how you make change. It's a great community and I highly recommend it. So exclamation point PV. Now, let's talk about Donald Trump and Epstein. Well, yeah, I assume most models do expect some level of harassment, but like getting groped is not it's not okay. You shouldn't have to expect that. You should, like, as a woman, I always expect some form of like people looking at me and a form of devaluation in what I say compared to others, but like I don't walk around worried that people are going to start groping me, mostly because I would kick their ass if they did, but that's not a common thought process, and even a model should not have to have that thought process.
I grew up in rural Pennsylvania, and my senior
This is from The Guardian. The Guardian released this article.
year of high school, I was discovered at the mall, because where else were we all hanging out in the late 80s, by a former model. And that led me to New York and Europe and a long, lucrative career as a model. And in 1992, my agent invited me to a dinner to a restaurant on the Upper East Side of New York. And there were other models there and the usual men hangers-on at this dinner. And one of the men who was sitting at this table was Jeffrey Epstein. And I had never heard of him or anything, but we got to know each other and we talked a lot about Clinton and Gore. And I enjoyed the fact that he was politically engaged and wasn't infantilizing me and talking to me about that. The next time that I saw Jeffrey was a few months later in December of '92 at Donald Trump's Plaza Hotel Christmas party.
And again, we have multiple connections of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at this time. There's many pictures of them together. There's evidence that this was a thing, and we don't often talk about it. And the Dems don't bring it up because Bill Clinton was also an Epstein friend. But this is important right before the election.
And it became very clear then that he and Donald were really, really good friends and spent a lot of time together. After that, Jeffrey Epstein expressed a lot of interest in me, and we started seeing each other. When Jeffrey and I would talk, he mentioned Trump frequently. He was clearly a close friend, and they were spending a lot of time together.
Yeah, I imagine her feet would hurt.
Late winter, early spring of '93, I was on a walk with Jeffrey from his brownstone on the Upper East Side down Fifth Avenue when Jeffrey looked at me and said, let's go stop by and see Trump. And so we went to Trump Tower.
Yeah, look, I don't know what to say. Like, she did not vibe check this man correctly.
And went up the elevator, and moments later, Trump was greeting us. And
it's very unfortunate.
He pulled
that manipulative men
into him
can manipulate women. I assume she was in her 20s, I would assume, and get them to believe and do things that they wouldn't otherwise do or believe.
And
it's almost like this is a pattern.
Groping me. He put his hands all over my breasts. My waist, my butt. And I froze. All
right, we don't need to watch the other 2.5 minutes of this, but you understand the point here. And this is a big deal because remember, the last time it was the Access Hollywood tape. It was the grab them by the pussy moment that was a huge risk for them. They were terrified that was, that's where the Stormy Daniels shit came from, isn't it? Is because the Access Hollywood tapes came out and then Stormy Daniels wanted to share her story, and that's why they bribed her to stop talking, because he was going to lose if she did that. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Mossad or just Israeli intelligence was involved with Epstein somehow, but I also wouldn't be surprised if American intelligence was involved with Epstein. It would be surprising to know that they weren't rather than they were for both cases. But so this is huge. This is horrible. But I don't know if I want to go. Let's look at the comments. Come on. Okay. This is going to be horrible, but good thing she waited 31 years to come forward. 31 years, 2 weeks before an election. I'm sure it's totally legit. Donald Trump groped me too. Well, they're making jokes about this. They don't believe her. As in what, as if you haven't already heard of people making accusations of abuse that happened to them decades ago, decades later, because it's now normalized to be able to do so, whereas there was a lot more social consequences to do so in the past. This is ridiculous. This is the same kind of language the same kind of rhetoric that they were using for all of the other women that accused Donald Trump of sexually abusing them. They just deny, and they'll come up with whatever excuse, whether it's rational or not. Oh, it was 31 years ago. Oh, it's 2 weeks before the election. Well, no shit. Someone obviously who knew was hey, listen, I know you haven't talked about this, but it is 2 weeks from the election. Do you really want this guy to be president? You can speak out. That's a thing that happens. And these people can't imagine that as a possibility other than, someone planned this fake accusation 2 weeks before the election. Not that, this was a real thing and someone convinced her to talk about it 2 weeks before the election, which makes a lot more sense. No, it's not that. Of course not. It can't be. Here's the full article, by the way, if anyone wants to look it up on The Guardian. I don't particularly want to read all of it, but I will put it in my master source doc that I'm working on. That should be up on all of my videos soon. I'm just organizing all the different links together. Now, I want to listen to an opinion that I've had for quite a while, that Israel weaponized the trauma October 7th. Going back to Israel, sorry, we just had to cut in there because of the breaking news about Trump and Epstein. That Israel has weaponized the October 7th trauma to justify its genocide in Gaza. And beyond this, not even just the trauma of October 7th, but the trauma of anything they could relate to it. The October 7th trauma is intermingled with the trauma of just witnessing the genocide that they themselves are committing, and then of the Holocaust, to a point where it's indistinguishable from one another. And I heard Sam Cedar say this actually the other day from the Majority Report. Very, very smart person, very well-known media personality, also a Jewish American, saying that they have gotten so deep into all of this trauma now that they can no longer acknowledge any of reality. Like, they have to keep denying. They have to keep the barrier up because they're aware of all of the atrocity on the other side, and they don't want to feel it. They're afraid to. And so they will keep lying, and they won't stop lying because the only way to stop lying is to feel everything. The empathy, the shame, the disgust at their own government, to understand that tens of thousands of people, probably more than 100,000 people, according to some estimates, are dead because of their government. And I can understand why someone would want to shut that out. They wouldn't want to feel it. They wouldn't want to think about it. Think about America with Iraq and Afghanistan. We were absolutely in America, like the average American post 9/11 had a genocidal attitude. Did we commit genocide? No. But did the average American in 2001, in, December, think that it would be bad if we just wiped Iraq and Afghanistan off the map? No. They would have been, yeah, let's do it, nuke them. That was the kind of language that we had. And now imagine just how it already went, like the current timeline of how the Iraq war went and the Afghanistan war went. We almost never talk about the civilians killed in Iraq. There was more than 200,000 civilians that we killed in Iraq. That's not even counting Afghanistan. We don't like to think about these things. But also, it wasn't plastered on every news channel and every television in the world for a full year nonstop like it was for Israelis. They have been so inundated with not only the propaganda, but of the violent imagery of their actions, that to acknowledge that they're wrong, that they have done wrong, would be to have to acknowledge all of this. And it's just too much for them. For a lot of people, it would be too much for most people, I would think. But this is quite an important
Now.org
idea
War,
to
Peace,
spread.
and the Presidency.
Because it helps us understand why people, in general, whether or not like it's Israel related or not, when they're so invested in something so horrible, why it's so difficult to get them out.
Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
As we continue our coverage of Israel's war on Gaza, we turn now to look at how Israel has made trauma a weapon of war. That's the headline to a recent essay in The Guardian by our next guest, the award-winning journalist and author Naomi Klein, who examines how memorials to the October 7th attacks have stirred support for Israel's limitless violence. She writes, quote, It's a simple fable of good and evil in which Israel is unblemished in its innocence, deserving unquestioning support, while its enemies are all monsters, deserving of violence, unbounded by laws or borders, whether in Gaza, Jenin, Beirut, Damascus, or Tehran.
I cannot find a single part of that I disagree with.
Naomi Klein is professor of climate justice at the University of British Columbia, the founding co-director of the UBC Center for Climate Justice. Her latest book, Doppelganger, A Trip into the Mirror World, is now available in paperback. She's the author of many other books, including The Shock Doctrine, The Rise of Disaster Capitalism. Naomi, it's great to have you back in our New York studio.
Definitely give her books to read if you haven't.
During these times. If you can respond first to what's happening on the ground in Gaza, in Lebanon, and then if you can relate it to this piece that you just wrote for The Guardian.
Sure. Well, I think the first thing that...
Well, why are so many news companies, newspapers, articles are popping out every day about Trump? I've never read about Harris, about negative. Fuck, I can't speak. Yeah, the reason that they talk about Trump rather than Harris is because Trump gets you more views. For example, if I put Kamala Harris in my stream tags and Donald Trump in my stream tags, I can see how many people found the video from that tag. And Kamala Harris's numbers are very low. She gets like no clicks, whereas Donald Trump gets some of the most clicks for any tag you can make. And therefore, that's why the media is so focused on him, because people want to watch, and that makes them money.
What we need to understand, and I think we have seen this in the clips and in your previous interview, is that though the Israeli government likes to frame everything that is happening now as a response to October 7th, this is a pre-existing agenda. I mean, this is the settler movement, Ben-Gvir. I mean, all of these figures have always wanted Gaza depopulated.
For years, this is not anything new. You know, Trump was on TV in the past 40 years. Well, I mean, you know, Trump is a TV star. That's his whole thing. He's barely a politician. He's just kind of an actor. He's not the one, you know, he has power, but mostly because the idiots give him power. He doesn't really have real power, and he doesn't make the plans. He just tells people what to do, and either his handlers convince him that what he wants to do is actually what they want to do, or they just ignore what he said and do something else, and then he forgets about it. If you've watched like any of his advisors like get interviewed, they say things like, oh yeah, you know, when you're talking to Trump, you just gotta make it sound like it was his idea. He doesn't like being told what to do. But if you're like, oh, remember that time where you said this? You should say that more. People really liked it. Then he'll say it more. That's just how Donald Trump works.
They've always wanted to settle Gaza. They've always believed it is part of so-called Greater Israel. So does Netanyahu. It's part of their coalition agreement dating back to 2022, right? That they want the whole thing, and also the West Bank, by the way.
And Greater Israel also covers half of Saudi Arabia, most of Syria, half of Iraq, and a quarter of Egypt.
So, you know, I've written before about how states of shock are often exploited very cynically to ram through a pre-existing agenda. And I think that's absolutely what we're seeing. But in order for that to work...
That's literally what's happening here, is what she wrote about in the shock doctrine, which is a state of shock, as in a terrorist attack like October 7th, being used to create this fervor, this fear, this anger, and use it to, as she said, ram through an agenda before anyone can think about it, analyze it, or notice it.
State of shock needs to be continued, heightened. There can never be a recovery. So the Israeli society needs to be re-shocked and kept in this kind of trauma loop. And that's what this piece about the kind of trauma industry is about.
And that's what we've seen, by the way. They are stuck in a trauma loop. It's whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran, someone's always trying to kill them. They are told every day that this is life and death, that they need to fight for their survival, that everyone wants the death of all Jews. Like, this is the kind of shit that they hear. So, of course, they're being re-traumatized every day. They have an industry built around remembering October 7th.
and I want to be very clear, people have a right to grieve their loved ones. This is not about families gathering in grief. This is not about the right to remember and honor. It's about state orchestrated and manipulated trauma. It's memorialization from above, right? Not from below.
That's a good way to put
for
it.
a very specific end. And people in the Netanyahu government have been very clear that really what they're doing with the way they are telling the story of October 7th is creating what they call a new national identity. And it's a national identity that uses the trauma of that day to create a story that fuses.
So you guys understand that this is Nazis, right? Like, they are creating a new national identity based on the trauma of what happened to them, to create this fervor and further the war effort. It's like the burning of the Reichstag, just in Israeli terms. And like, obviously not a one-to-one perfect comparison, but it is a good parallel to draw here, because that is what she just said, essentially. Even the kids in Israel, they want to kill Gaza, like actually kill. And that's because that's what they're taught. Their parents teach them that. That's like, we saw it in the video earlier with the settlers. Those kids are learning from their parents that this is the right thing to do, that Palestinians deserve death, that they're an infection. Come on in then. Hey, leave my hair tie alone. That is not, hey. Oh my God. Literally, as I go to pick up my hair tie, he just grabs it in his mouth and runs off. Cats. But yeah, no, that's what they're taught. And what do you expect from people when you incentivize them to behave in a certain way? When you teach them and indoctrinate them to behave in a certain way? Yeah, Frank is... Nah, kitty. He's a bit of an ass. He's my 5-year-old shelter cat that I recently adopted that has very severe ADHD and is very loving, but also attacks me randomly because he likes to play. He'll like hide in the corner and I'll be walking out of a room. It's like dark, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to get water. And then suddenly I'm getting dive bombed by this cat. It's the whole other thing. But Naomi Klein, she's making very good points here. Like she's exactly correct. So far, there's nothing I disagree with that she said.
October 7th with the Holocaust, and then uses that as the excuse for the genocide that we're seeing right now. So, you know, when we think about the horrors that you've already outlined today on the show, and frankly every show, right? The deliberate starvation, the torment of an entire population, the torture of an entire population, the deliberate humiliation. How do you, and I think we all ask ourselves this question, how are people able to rationalize it, right? And they're able to rationalize it because within their information bubbles, they are being fed this constant story of this is what they did to you, a whole industry of re-experiencing it. I mean, what I write about in this
Look
piece
at this.
is all of these.
Like, this is a Holocaust memorial. It is a direct comparison drawing in the idea of October 7th is the Holocaust. They're the same thing. That's what they're saying here.
Immersive so-called memorialization kind of technologies. So it's not only people in Israel, but in the diaspora who are encouraged to put on VR goggles and re-experience October 7th as if it happened to them. Immersive tunnels where you can...
Did I not say they have an industry? Like, I've seen some of the carnival-looking rides in the tunnels, but like VR games? Kidding me?
Go into the Gaza tunnels. It's really an attempt to transfer trauma far and wide. And in a state of trauma, you don't really think. It's pure emotion. It's pure reaction. You can't be analytical. You're not going to be empathetic towards others. It's about monsterizing the other and fusing.
I think the pants were a Israeli who died on October 7th. His pants were being flown over a Holocaust graveyard to like make the comparison of, oh, like this is exactly the same thing.
Your identity with the people, you know, in those houses, at the Nova Music Festival, in the tunnels. It's very deliberate. It's extremely manipulative, and it's how you turn off any compassion or empathy or sense of ethics or morals.
And just to be clear, you point out that a number of hostage family members, in response to the state memorializations, as you put it, on October 7th, said, do not use our family members' names. We don't want to be a part of this, as they fight for...
The families of the hostages fucking hate Netanyahu. They don't like him at all. They have asked on multiple occasions, stop politicizing like our family members, and the government doesn't care. They use them as a tool. They give no fucks about saving the hostages. If they care about saving the hostages, they would have done so already. Like they could have saved all of them instead of bombing them to death.
Their family members to be released and a ceasefire, an end to Palestinian anguish.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the way in which the government is weaponizing, instrumentalizing the deaths on October 7th and the hostages. The people who are most opposed to it are the families themselves, right? So what I begin the piece with the fact that originally the government's plans for October 7th was to have this huge public event in the South. There were going to be thousands of people, I think 7,000 people, and they wanted to have, members of the families there to testify. And kibbutz after kibbutz that was really, on the front line, like kibbutzim, like Be'eri said, we're not participating in this. Then family members said, not only are we not participating, you can't use our child's name, you can't use their image, which is not to say that they're not grieving. They had their own private, dignified ceremonies, vigils.
And you know that a lot of these protests were cracked down on, right? Because it's not, like, you're legally not allowed to criticize the war effort in Israel anymore. They've shut down multiple news, media that were showing. I mean, Al Jazeera has to operate out of Jordan now.
Vigils, for people who are still alive. They just didn't want any part of the pageantry and the weaponization of the government. They didn't, and that was withheld. Of course, the way
understand
something has been responded to.
I'm sorry, I know I keep pausing here, but understand something, because this just made me see these images of these people. Do you realize that's Netanyahu? These aren't hostage faces, but they're trying to ingrain the sitting war cabinet, the current government of Israel, as not holy figures, but almost like you would see flags of their face hanging from a building. You often see this in Turkey. Hold on. Here we go. Give me a second. You'll see stuff like this in Turkey, and probably other places as well. And it just makes me think this is what they want, where, that's the founder of Turkey. They'll have big banners and flags of him on, this is obviously a soccer match. But that's what they want themselves. They want to memorialize their faces to be remembered in this way. Now, Ataturk wasn't a shitty guy. He wasn't a Nazi or anything. He was the one that did democracy from the Ottoman Empire. Good dude, secular, decent man. These people are Nazis, and they want that. They want that from them. They want to be able to have their faces plastered everywhere, and people know that, they saved Israel. They saved the hostages. 50 years from now, if Israel was to succeed in their effort and they got everything that they wanted, the history books will teach that all of the hostages were recovered. You guys understand how propaganda works in a fascist state, right?
Sort of Hasbara channels, as Naomi Klein says, we don't have a right to grieve, ignoring the fact that it's the families themselves who have the most to grieve, who are actually objecting the loudest within Israeli society.
And if you could say, Naomi, you just mentioned, which your piece talks about at length, the conflation of October 7th with the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, what that makes possible, some of the examples of the ways in which that's happened through these different memorialization practices that you outline, and then whether an argument can be made for whether this is not precisely kind of a trivialization of the Holocaust, a kind of banalization of it, which is precisely what survivors and scholars of the Holocaust warned against.
Right.
Literally, it's like nobody paid. I mean, certainly in America, this is partially our fault because we never actually explain. I don't know. Learning about Nazis in school, they hated the Jews and they killed a bunch of people. I don't know. We need more of explain what they believed. I don't remember being taught exactly what Nazis believe in school. I remember being taught that they're bad, that they believed bad things, some of what they believe, but not like their general built ideology, how it occurs. They didn't teach us that. They taught us that the German population was radicalized and a little bit of how, but not in a way that relates detail. Like, we should have learned more from this because this has been a consistent issue ever since. It's not like this ever went away. Nazis never went away. Nazis came from American, we inspired their eugenics ideas. Hitler would not have been possibly as powerful as he was if not for the influence and the inspiration that he gained from the United States. We should have learned from these things during World War II, and we should have passed that knowledge along to prevent something like this from happening again, except we were more interested in, pillaging.
Yeah, I think it's extraordinary because one of the things that is happening from the same people who are trivializing the Holocaust in this way, they're also, if you say what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, they'll throw their arms up in horror and say, that is impossible, despite the immense scale and the deliberate plans and all of the markers. And
like I said earlier, this is what I meant by this is where trauma and grief comes into it. They cannot acknowledge reality because they have so much trauma buried on top of, it's buried under so much trauma that they would need to go through all of the trauma to dig out reality and the truth. And that is not a thing that most people can accomplish alone, let alone without years of therapy.
I'm not going to go into that, but they
decades
think
maybe
nothing of saying that that October 7th was as if 80 years had not passed, as if it was not another continent, as if it was not another group of people, as if the power dynamics were not flipped on their head, that this day just grafts onto the Holocaust, as if it was 1945.
They literally call us, the pro-Palestinian supporters, Nazis, whereas, they're doing the thing where they just call people Nazis because they don't like Nazis. There is no effort to engage in definitions in reality and what words mean. No, they just like to point Nazi because, the Holocaust was bad and we're Jewish, so you guys are Nazis because you think that we're doing something bad. Whereas, you guys are Nazis because you think we're doing something bad. Whereas in reality, they're the fucking Nazis doing exactly the same thing the Nazis did, just instead of the Jews, they're doing it to Muslims.
And
exactly the same.
So this goes from everything from the Shoah Foundation adding another chapter. So the Shoah Foundation, which is an incredibly important archive of testimonies of Holocaust survivors, now has added testimonies from survivors of October 7th. March of the Living tours.
That's insane.
Of Auschwitz. Now you hear from survivors of October 7th. So it's a total.
That's fucking insane. And I didn't know any of this, but then this just adds on to my point of this for 100 years now will produce more and more anti-Semitism. This conflation of Zionism and Judaism, of October 7th and the Holocaust is causing danger, more danger, a rise in anti-Semitism, a rise in violence and violent rhetoric and hate. This is what's causing it. It's this conflation. Well, this and the genocide, but obviously this on top of the genocide is only making it significantly worse.
Inflation of these events. In the piece, I tell a kind of extreme story of they call it an art project. I wouldn't call it an art project, but it was a bizarre kind of stunt of creating a juxtaposition of the iconic memorial to the victims of the Holocaust in Berlin and hanging a pair of mocked up, bloodied pants that were to symbolize sexual violence on October 7th, and suspending them over those that memorial with drones to say, and then saying "never again?" ? As if this is all the same event. Now, I mean, you asked about, well, what are the implications of this? The implications are that if you do conflate these events, of course, it justifies any response, right? And more than that, if you cast Palestinians as Nazis, if you create this continuum, this absolutely false continuum, then it actually post facto does a lot more work than that, because then if Palestinians are Nazis, then the original crime in the creation of the State of Israel, which is the Nakba, which is the mass forced ethnic cleansing.
The first genocide is now justified. Literally, thank you, Naomi Klein. Jesus Christ, it boggles my mind anytime I hear someone in the media actually say something correct about this.
Displacement of hundreds of thousands, more than 700,000 Palestinians.
And again, genocide does not just mean death. It means forced displacement, mass deportation. That is also ethnic cleansing and genocide. Like these are ideas that are not all the same, obviously, but they are similar and they relate to each other. And there's tiers of them. The Nakba was definitionally a genocide. It just wasn't one that ended in all of them dying like this one is.
Who had nothing to do with the Holocaust is like after the fact justified, right? So if they're Nazis, then the original crime that Israel can't look at in its founding is sort of after the fact justified. This is the psychology of it. Of course, it makes no sense, but this is why it's very dangerous, and it's why we're seeing this acceleration of kind of finish the job Nakba from Israeli politicians.
Well, we're not.
And because the war is ramping up in the north, and they need their soldiers because, you know, shelling apartment buildings until they're empty and murdering children in the streets is one thing, but, you know, in the north they're fighting an actual war because Hezbollah isn't useless and has prepared for this, so they need their soldiers. I mean, Israelis are dying in the north. And again, I don't like Hezbollah, but I really hope they win. And that's about it. Like, we need to stop this. They're not going to stop otherwise. Israel needs to be stopped by like a military defeat is what needs to happen. Or at least, you know, ideally the Americans stop fucking funding them. Like, we can still ensure their defense. We just need to de-arm them. I would be in favor of, 50,000 American troops being sent to Israel to defend them from possible attack from their neighbors under the circumstance of UN officials coming in regularly, checking that the IDF has no weapons, that they've de-armed, that they have no capability of launching any missiles. And we stay there and say, guys, like, listen, they're done. You can't hit them. We're going to try and get them to be nice to their neighbors. We're going to try and be nicer to you guys too. And I think that would lead to A, Iran not striking back, and B, like, the war ending. I mean, Hezbollah has said that they'll stop attacking when the genocide's over. The Houthis said the same thing. And Hamas had said the same thing. Now, do we have any reason to believe any of these groups? Not necessarily, but have we tried? I mean, the only time that we got hostages out was a short ceasefire deal that we made in which like 220 something hostages got released. They seem to be following their word on this. So if we stop the genocide and we take their guns away and we post our guys there, which, you know, that wouldn't be popular in the US. Why do we have to defend Israel? People would be not happy. Yeah, exactly. Consider subscribing and like the stream as well if you're on YouTube. Very much appreciate it. But you guys understand what I mean? Is this making sense? Sweetie Pea, is this making sense to you? I'm tired of any rational thought being pushed aside for this narrative that Israel is created and that we push And Israel didn't actually create this narrative either. They co-opted it. We co-opted it. The right is all one big group. Realistically, the only difference between American conservatives, Israeli conservatives, Russian conservatives would be that everyone else is Christian except the Israelis are Jewish, except, really the leaders aren't actually Jewish either, whether they say they are or not, because, there is a required level of humanity in any of those religions that's at least a modicum before you get to like the extremist part. Because once you get to the extremism, then you're no longer really that religion. You're just a subcategory that you've created based off of the rules that you like, and that like that's why we like groups like Al Qaeda or ISIS. Those aren't Muslims. They're not. It's just they're an offshoot that uses some Islamic ideology to justify their actions, but they're not Muslim. Just like how Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Gvir and these, they're not Jewish. They just use Judaism to be able to back up what they're doing. And because of this, as an outcome of this, they have all very similar rhetoric, very similar language. They point to the same things. Whereas like we're pointing to immigrants here, they're pointing to, Palestinians there. We point we're Islamophobic in America. They're Islamophobic. Russia's Islamophobic. The only real big difference, aside from the difference in religion, is I think that the idea of the deep state that exists in all of these governments is that the Israeli one doesn't say that all the Jews are controlling the weather in the world. I assume. Maybe that is also their conspiracy theory. But I would mark that as the big difference between American conservative extremism and Israeli, is that, for some reason we think the Jews can control the weather and create hurricanes. Anyway, let's finish this up. Video's almost done.
Ask Naomi, one of the people that you cite in your piece, on the question of grief and grieving, is historian Gabriel Wynant, whose piece in Dissent, which you take from, is headlined on mourning and statehood. It was a response to Joshua Leifer, a journalist in the same journal in Dissent. But I'd like to read a short excerpt. This is not what you quote, but it's from his original piece. He writes, "The genuine humane sentiment that it is possible to grieve equally for those on both sides is tragically not true. One side has an..."
Fox convinces their viewers of anything that they think will make the money, while also putting ads for like gold and silver next to it so that you can spend that money while you're giving them money by watching them. Buy some gold. You ever watch like any Trump event from like C-SPAN or Fox or Newsmax? It's the ads are so funny.
Enormous grief machine, the best in the world, up and running, feeding on bodies and tears and turning them into bombs. The other is starved for grief. Mm-hmm. Now, Gabriel wrote that piece less than 1 week after October 7th. Now it's over a year, over 42,000 Gazans killed. If you could elaborate on this, because this is something that people have... Again,
that number 42,000 hasn't changed since the middle of the year, because the infrastructure that we had in place that was counting the dead are all dead. So that 42,000 number is not accurate. It is estimated to be in the 120, 130, 140,000. That was 2 months ago, actually, so likely even more than that. Now Fox says Kamala is stupid, laughing, angry black woman makes zero sense, but Fox... Well, they've been calling her a stupid, angry, laughing black woman since like day one. Since like day one in 2020, they've been calling her that. They will say literally anything. They're not news. They're propaganda. Fox News is just propaganda and nothing else. It is nationalist, right-wing, fascist propaganda.
Struggled with, because as you said earlier, people have a right to grieve what happened on October 7th, and yet there is this massive discrepancy.
Massive asymmetry in who's grievable, right? This is Butler's term, Judith Butler's term, that within a vastly unequal white supremacist society, you have lives that are more treated as more grievable than others. And so many justice struggles are about asserting that every life is grievable.
And we see this every day. Anytime you've ever argued with an Israeli supporter, oh, but the 1,200 people that died on October 7th, what about the 42,000, likely more number? Oh, well, those are all terrorists. Oh, well, that doesn't count. They shouldn't have attacked us. Oh, they did it. Like, they will find fucking any justification in the world to make their 1,200 dead, which is a bad thing. Those poor people died and they didn't deserve to. They were killed violently. Some of them were shot by the IDF on video footage. They didn't deserve to die, but their deaths are worth infinitely more to a Zionist than any single one of their deaths is worth infinitely more to a Zionist than every Palestinian death for the last 70 years combined.
And so, I mean, the Black Lives Matter movement is about about asymmetrical grief.
We saw that too.
In so many ways.
Remember White Lives Matter? Blue Lives Matter? Same thing.
I think there's sometimes this idea that you can tell people not to grieve because, to sort of balance the scales. I don't think grief is a very obedient emotion from my experience. It's highly disobedient and unruly. And I think it is dangerous, actually, to tell people that they can't have the emotions that they're having. I think it's more constructive to try to redirect those emotions into a project that is liberatory, that is in solidarity, create containers for grief.
Which, by the way, is exactly what they do, except instead of, towards solidarity and good thing, they lead that emotion into anger and fear and religious zealotism and fervor. That's where they intentionally lead it there. The system is built in Israel to bring about that outcome, not the peace-loving, let's maybe stop the occupation type outcome, because otherwise it would have happened already. The system is built with safeties in place to prevent people from being too empathetic to the Palestinians.
That are not the weaponized containers or instrumentalized containers that are using that grief and turning it into a justification for genocide. So, I have respect but disagreement with that position. But we need to wrestle with it. In the piece, I also quote a scholar, a Lebanese Australian scholar, Ghassan Haj, who talks about how he felt this pressure to grieve those deaths in a certain way after October 7th, in a way that he described as supremacist mourning, which had encoded in it the idea that these lives were more important, more precious than Palestinian lives, Lebanese lives. And that's what we must reject on all counts. The other thing that's been pointed out many times is that you can't really mourn when the bodies are still piling up, when there are bodies still under the rubble.
That's actually an incredible point, is many of these people in Israel are still in the same state of shock as October 7th. They haven't even gotten to the grief of what has occurred to either their community or people around them yet. They're still living in October 7th.
When cities are being turned to dust, mourning is something actually that you do once it's over, and it's not over.
You also quote Marian Hirsch, a professor emerita at Columbia University, and you end your piece by applauding the...
All right, for-profit media is the enemy. Democracy Now! Is A, not-for-profit. It's a 501c nonprofit organization. 2, Fox News isn't relevant to this conversation. And I'm sure that they have had people, like, Democracy Now! Is pretty good. They have decent people that call out other media, but again, in the United States media environment, calling out other media discredits your media.
Group, Israeli...
But again, that it's not relevant to this because we're not talking about American propaganda here. We're talking about Israeli propaganda here.
Palestinian group, Zachrot, which means remembering. Talk about both.
Yeah, I mean, Marian Hirsch is a wonderful scholar of different forms of memorialization and the way in which these sort of top-down, this top-down pageantry memorial.
Have you been watching? They mentioned the media. They mentioned the effects of cultural shifts that are purposefully made to keep people in a state of trauma and shock and to keep this going. And the only, like, watch this whole clip, go back and watch it once we're done, because this is a very important, I mean, she's basically said everything that I've been saying for weeks, just in a more condensed form, about Israel. And it's correct. No, that's okay. It happens.
A false experience, a sort of she doesn't use this term, but a prosthetic trauma. The remembering, if you break down the parts of the word remembering, it's really putting the pieces of the self back together again. And the work of Zochrot, which is, they've been doing work for many years, which is really about putting the pieces, like Israel is based on erasure, right? Erasing the presence of every settler colonial state. The United States, Canada, Australia, they're all about erasing the original indigenous presence there, renaming towns, denying that there are burial grounds. So it's actually the opposite of memorialization that happens. And so what would real remembering mean, in violent settler colonial states? And it would be actually putting the pieces of the self back together again, which is this deeper form of remembering.
And that's what I mean. And again, like we saw this with just earlier in the stream with how the Australian media was reacting to the Indigenous senator saying that you are not my king to the British king who was in Australia, which was incredibly based. And she is getting a lot of shit in the media for it. Now, Naomi Klein is exactly right here in that to come out of this state of trauma, as I've said multiple times just throughout this video, it requires, as she said, putting the pieces back together of your deeper self, which means remembering, which means like reality, base reality and empathy are all buried under all of this trauma, under all of this horror and atrocity and genocide. And to reach it, you have to go through all of the layers of stuff you put on top of it first. And that's difficult to do. Like stuff like this Palestinian digital artist from Gaza. Frank, down. Psst. Hey, down, you're gonna mess my lights. Go. This was a Palestinian digital artist from Gaza. She drew this of a Palestinian boy burning to death as, I think this was Lebanon? So it might have been a Lebanese boy burning to death. That was in the news last week. And then she died just a couple days after. Her last ever illustration was "We are burning."
السلام عليكم، مرحبا أصدقاء. طالما معنا قلم ومعنا ايباد ووصلني تهديد خطير إذا ما نزلتش الإعلان اليوم رح يتم القضاء علي، فأنا مجبرة إن أنا أنزل الإعلان.
Like this is the most.
الإعلان. فيا جماعة الخير، أنا بعلن عن دورة رسم بروكريات، حنتعلم فيها أشياء كتير، حوريكم التفاصيل كلها، تابعوا الإعلان معايا. أهلا وسهلا فيكم في اللقاء الأول، في اللقاء الرابع من. في هذا التدريب رح نتعلم أشياء.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, you look at this as a human. You have to realize that this was like a normal person who was an artist who just liked to draw, that is now dead. She is dead. She has died by Israel's fire. She was, I don't know whether she was shot or killed in a missile strike. There's videos of her drawing in the dark in her house as like there's bombs falling in the background. This one right here. Imagine that being nighttime when for you. And that's the thing, is for the Israeli public to understand all of this, to grieve not only their dead, but then what they did afterward. They would need to acknowledge all of this. They would need to feel the empathy and the horror of, oh my God, like this was just like a regular person and they're dead now. And they can't do that. They're not going to be able to. Thanks for the follow, Vampire Hunter. And that's my main point here, is if we want to change the way that people think about this, you have to go through a method of empathy, make them feel the thing. They have to feel what it is that they're doing wrong. They have to understand that it's wrong because they have to feel bad about it. That's the only way this will change. And it will take a very long time to get to this point because so far every system in place incentivizes not doing that over actually doing that. Well. Anyway, if you want to keep having conversations like this off stream, feel free to join the Discord link, and I have my socials up in there as well. Feel free to follow me. I'll be doing another stream tomorrow. We still have a bunch to go over that I didn't get to touch on today, but I think we covered the vast majority of the Israel stuff, depending on, what happens overnight, because at any point Israel could start a war with Iran, and we'll see. But yeah, thank you guys for the 100 followers today. That was a really cool milestone. I very much enjoyed it. And thank you to Jan and Alex for gifting a tier 1 sub. Very much appreciate it, guys. Don't forget to like the stream on YouTube if you're watching there. And drop me a follow on Twitch otherwise. And I'll see you tomorrow.